We're live. We're live. Okay, we're live. We're live. Sorry. I was still sort of getting things ready there for a minute. I thought that was gonna last me longer. Hello, everyone. I am your host, Grey Waste Tim, and you are in the den of the Grey Waste. And today, August 31st, is the glorious day of my birth. Yes. Hasn't happened yet for another couple hours. My life is defined by 20 minutes. I was born 11:40 at night. If I'd been born 20 minutes later, it would have been midnight, September 1st, and I would have been on the cutoff date for school, and I would have had to wait an extra year to enroll. So would have had to wait a year to go to kindergarten, would have never met the people that I met in class, and would have been the eldest kid in my classes, aside from always being the youngest. I was still 17 when I graduated high school because of how late my birthday is. Anyway, so in celebration of my birthday, I am going to read 4 short stories by 4 different authors, all of whom have had a profound impact on George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire, especially the world building. We are going to read one by Edgar Allan Poe. We're going to read one by Robert E. Howard. We're going to read one by H.P. Lovecraft, and we are going to read one by Robert Bloch. And we will be stopping periodically to discuss the influences and the impact that these stories have had on A Song of Ice and Fire, see what exactly George kind of drew from and included in his story and allowed to imprint onto his world at large. So yeah, like we might as well just go straight into it. We will. Oh, I am doing this because apparently my nephew, who is 6 months old and just started crawling, his schedule is booked. I wanted to take him to the Renaissance Fair, but I have to wait because they're at the shore for Labor Day weekend. So I apparently have to make schedules to see my infant nephew, but that's whatever. That's neither here or there. Yes, thank you for the birthday wishes. Before we do go on, I did have one come in. I had a PayPal come in from Matthew. Just says Tales of Lore, but that was a $5 PayPal from Matthew 2 days before we went live. So thank you for that. If you would like to support the channel, there is a link in the video info to my PayPal. I will also just, let me pull that up. I'll drop a link to that into the chat. But there, I also am set up for super chat. So if you would like to support the channel, you can send a super chat, have your comment highlighted. But if you'd like to have all the money go directly to me, then the best way of doing that would be a PayPal, and you can include a question or a comment in the notes if you would like to do so. So we'll just drop that. There we go. So there's a link to the Grey Waste Tim PayPal if you would like to send a PayPal or a comment, or to just wish a happy birthday. Everything, not necessary, but always appreciate it. They go to It all goes more towards the cats than anything. So without further ado, we will just hop straight into our first story. Let me just bring up the screen. All right. There we go. I just wanted it so that I can be on here too. All right. Dalton pays. The thumbnail should have been a bit of a spoiler, and plus it was in the. I mean, you can't really have called it. It's in the video info exactly what stories I'm reading. I know that not everyone reads those, but it's definitely laid out in there exactly which stories we'd be reading. But yes, we are going to start with Edgar Allan Poe's The Masque of the Red Death. So before we go in on the Masque of the Red Death, so it is a play on words in this story. Masque, M-A, as in masquerade, the type of party and ball that the prince is throwing, but also mask, like what mask that you wear. And George is drawn upon this in so much as the character Quaithe, and also in the Red Death. It said in the World Book, after the fall of Valyria in Gogassos, which was a Valyrian colony in Sithorios, sometimes known as the 10th Free City, one of the diseases that ran rampant in Gogassos after the fall of Valyria was the Red Death. And it's described almost exactly like the Red Death from Poe is. But then the Red Death also centers on the character Quaithe and the Shadowbinders as a whole in the red lacquer masks. This is a combination both. Oh, I'll have to call that back later. Sorry, I'm probably going to be receiving birthday calls from people, so I'm just going to silence my phone. Should have did that before. I'm kind of we're really flying by the seat of our pants here. Sorry about that. Anyway, I was talking Quaithe. Yes, so Quaithe, the mask that she wears, the mask that the Shadowbinders wear, these red lacquer masks, are a reference to the Masque of the Red Death, as well as a reference to the King in Yellow, the Pallid Mask, because they are featureless. Okay, let me just get a drink real quick. I have a mountain of drinks because I will be reading and talking a lot. But yeah, so the red lacquer masks that the Shadowbinders wear are a reference both to Masque of the Red Death and a reference to the Pallid Mask worn by the stranger in The King in Yellow. But there will be more, of course, so we will just dive straight into it. So yes, our first story, The Masque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. The Red Death had long been feeding on the country. No sickness had ever been so deadly, so great a killer, or so fearful to see. Blood was its mark, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and a sudden feeling that the mind was rushing in circles inside the head. Then there was bleeding through the skin, though it was not cut or broken. And then death. The bright red spots upon the body, and especially upon the face of the sick man, made other men turn away from him, afraid to try to help. And the sickness lasted, from the beginning to the end, no more than half an hour. But Prospero, the ruler of that land, was happy and strong and wise. When half the people of his land had died, he called to him 1,000 healthy, happy friends, and with them went far away to live in one of his palaces. Okay, so happy, strong, and wise. Not in so much to the subjects of your kingdom, apparently, but to your lickspittles and your sycophants who you're going to scurry away into your private manse. This was a large and beautiful stone building he had planned himself. A strong, high wall circled it. This wall had gates of iron. The gentlemen, after they had entered, brought fire to heat the iron of the gates, to make them close so firmly that nobody could open them. Here they could forget the sickness, the Red Death. They would leave the outside world to care for itself. Prospero had supplied everything they needed for pleasure. There was music, there was dancing, there was beauty, there was food to eat and wine to drink. All these were within the wall, and within the wall they would be safe. Outside the wall walked the Red Death. And there isn't so much as a particular moment that we can look at in A Song of Ice and Fire. There are numerous moments where disease has ravaged Westeros, and the perception of the people as to what the nobles and what the crown and what the royalist family is doing. Things like the shivering sickness, or the Great Spring Sickness, and how Bloodraven reacted to that, or was or how the perception of how he handled that all go hand in hand in things like what we're going to see here in Masque of the Red Death. Also, the Pale Mare coming to Marine. Although Danny is not there, Danny has been taken out into the Dothraki Sea, but they are catapulting corpses over the walls into Marine, spreading plague using Mongolian tactics during the ages of the Black Death to get that whole thing going. And I think it was the Green Grace. The Green Grace is the one who tearfully acknowledges that they're hurling corpses, but I'm pretty damn sure the Green Grace is the Harpy, if not one of the wings or arms or talons of the Harpy. It was near the end of their 5th month there that Prospero asked his friends all to come together for a dancing party, a masquerade. Everyone was asked to come dressed in fine clothes and with his eyes, or perhaps his whole face, covered by a cloth mask. It was a scene of great richness, that masquerade. There were 7 rooms in which Prospero's friends danced. In many old palaces, the doors can be opened in such a way that rooms like these 7 can be seen all at the same time. In this palace, it was different. Little more than one of them could be seen at one time. There was a turn every 20 or 30 yards. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, was a tall, pointed window. The windows were of colored glass, of the same color that was used in each room. The first room had blue cloth hangings on the wall, and blue were its windows. The second room had wall hangings of that blue-red known as purple, and here the windows were purple. The third was green, and so was the glass of the windows. The fourth had hangings and windows of yellow, the 5th of white, the 6th of violet. But the 7th room had hanging on the walls made of a rich, soft cloth which was black, black as night, and the floor, too, was covered with the same heavy black cloth. In this room, the color of the windows was not the same. It was red, a deep blood color. All the rooms were lighted through the outside windows. The resulting light was strange indeed, as it colored the shapes of the dancers. But the light that fell on the black hangings through the blood-colored glass was the most fearful of them all. It produced so wild a look on the faces of those who entered that there were few of the dancers who dared to step within those dark walls. So, like, this room, you can imagine like a shy Ritz Small, the black room that with the red windows that has this just dark, foreboding aspects to it that people don't even want to enter it. And then, of course, the 7 rooms makes us think, there being 7 rooms of 7 different colors makes us think of the Faith of the 7. Although it's not using the colors of the rainbow the way the 7 would, because there are no black rainbows. Only in emo songs do black rainbows exist. In this room stood a great clock of black wood. Gently it marked the seconds as they passed, and when it was time to mark the hour, the clock spoke with a loud, clear voice, a deep tone as beautiful as music, but so strange that the music and the dancing stopped, and the dancers stood still to listen. And then, after another 60 minutes, after another 3,600 seconds of time, of flying time, the clock struck again, and the dancers stopped as before. Nevertheless, it was a happy and beautiful masquerade. And you may be sure that the clothes the dancers chose to wear, their costumes, were strange and wonderful. The dancers looked like the forms we might see in troubled dreams, and these, the dreams, danced softly through the rooms, taking the color of the rooms as they moved. It did not seem that their steps followed the music, but that the music rose from their steps. But into the 7th room the dancers do not go, for the red light coming through the windows and the blackness of the wall hangings make them afraid. And he who enters hears more deeply the striking of the great black clock. But the other rooms are crowded, and in them beats hotly the heart of life. And then the dance goes on until at last the clock begins to strike 12. Again, the music stopped. Again, the dancers stood without moving while the slow striking sound continued. Before the clock was quiet again, many in the crowd saw that in the first room, the blue room, there was a masquerader who had not been seen before. And I'll just scroll back up so we can see this pretty cool drawing of this new masquerader. As they talked softly to each other about him, a feeling of surprise spread through all the dancers, then a feeling of fear and of sickening horror. In such a group as this, only a very strange masquerader could have caused such a feeling. Even among those who laugh at both life and death, some matters cannot be laughed at. Everyone seemed now deeply to feel that the stranger should not have been allowed to come among them dressed in such clothes. He was tall and very thin, and covered from head to foot like a dead man prepared for the grave. The mask which covered his face, or was it really a mask? The mask which covered his face was so much like the face of a dead man that the nearest eye could not see the difference. And yet all this might have been acceptable, but the masquerader whom nobody knew had made himself look like the Red Death itself. His clothes were spotted with blood, and the mask over his face was covered with the terrible red spots. Or perhaps it was indeed his face. When Prospero looked upon this fearful form, he was first filled with terror, and then with anger. "Who dares?" he cried. "Take him! Seize him! Pull off his mask so that we may know who we must hang at sunrise." Prospero stood in the blue room when he spoke these words. They sounded through the 7 rooms loud and clear. At first, as he spoke, some of the dancers started to rush toward the strange masquerader, but they stopped, afraid, and no one dared to put out a hand to touch him. The stranger started to walk toward the 2nd room. He passed within a few feet of Prospero, who stood still, surprised. And while the dancers moved back from the center of the room, the stranger moved quietly, without being stopped, with a slow and measured step, through the blue room to the purple room, through the purple room to the green room, through the green to the yellow, through this to the white, and then to the violet room. As the stranger was entering the 7th room, Prospero suddenly and angrily rushed through the 6 rooms. No one dared to follow him. He held a sharp knife high over his head, ready to strike the stranger. When he was within 3 or 4 feet of the strange masquerader, the stranger turned and stood silent, looking firmly into Prospero's eyes. There was a cry, and the knife dropped shining upon the black floor, upon which a minute later Prospero himself fell. Dead. The dancers then rushed into the black room. The strongest of the men tried to hold the masquerader, whose tall form stood beside the black clock. But when they put their hands on him, they found inside the grave clothes no human form, no body, nothing. Now they knew that it was the Red Death itself that had come in the night. One by one the dancers fell, and each died as he fell, and the fires died, and the clock stopped, and darkness and decay and the Red Death ruled forever over all. Oh yeah, we're still calling me middle guy. That's fine. That's acceptable. Yes, Dave streams. I am middle guy. With it's me and Nettles. I will not be on tomorrow because I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose my voice by the end of the night. This was the shortest. I'm starting with the stories in the order in the year which they were written, but this one was definitely the shortest one overall, and probably also the one that I had the least to say about. More about, because again, the Masque of the Red Death features more with the array of different sicknesses that have come and gone through Westeros and Essos, and of course the big one being the inspiration behind characters like Quaithe and the Shadowbinders, namely being the red lacquer masks. So that is it for that one. And we will move on. So, before we move on, after the Poe story, the next one that we're going to read is a Conan the Barbarian tale, The Phoenix on the Sword. This is the first Conan story to be written. This comes after Robert E. Howard was sort of recycling the Tales of Kull that had come earlier, and had come up with the new character of Conan. I do want to say before we go on, Robert E. Howard and Lovecraft and Robert Bloch, for example, when we do go on, these guys wrote in the 20s and 30s, and I've talked about Lovecraft's racism, and it applies also to Robert E. Howard. Occasionally it crops up. That man really didn't like the Chinese for whatever reason, which sucks because Children of the Night is a story that has a huge impact on us. It's one of, not a Conan story, one of his more Lovecraftian tales, because Lovecraft very much gave his friends, his pen pals, guys like Robert E. Howard and Robert Bloch, who we'll read later, he gave them free reign to use settings, characters, things that he created in their own stories, and then by and large they gave the same go-ahead to him. So there's a lot of overlap between Robert E. Howard and H.P. Lovecraft and Robert Bloch's early stories, where they're kind of like borrowing things from one another. But one such Lovecraftian story, Children of the Night by Robert E. Howard, definitely has a lot more to do with the Great Empire of the Dawn. Inspirations I think George took from that, but it is so blatantly racist towards people of the Orient that I just can't read it. I can't read it out loud. It's just, yeah. But I am bringing that up because just on the off, because when Conan talks about certain other races, like we got to remember the times in which these stories were written. Obviously, any slurs I'm gonna try and replace with other words. But I do want to bring it up just because it does occasionally happen. But Conan the Barbarian, very, very important to George's world building. George brings up Conan in his own writings, and he refers to Conan the Barbarian, some of these tales being like having real profound effect on him. Stagi, for example, the corpse city in the Shadowlands north of Ashai, is taken direct from Conan's the Hyporia. It is Stygia. George just took the last two letters and the A and the I and swapped them around. George also includes some of the hyperbolic stories in his world building in what is now the Dothraki Sea. Centuries ago, before it was the Dothraki Sea, back when it was the Silver Sea in the realm of the Fisher Queens, we get the story of Huzor Amai, one of these great patriarchs, one of these great heroes of the backstory, possibly the forerunner of the patrimony of Hercune that now exists in that area. Huzor Amai takes 3 wives, the daughters of the Fisher Queens, and one of them is a Cimmeri. Conan the Barbarian in the Hyperborea tales is a Cimmerian. So George literally includes the Cimmeri people in his world building. They are an offshoot of the Sarnori, the Tall Men. And that, of course, is taken from Sarnath from Lovecraft. We also get a legend in this area about a dragon, about a giant serpent, which warred against a giant spider goddess. All of that taken straight out of Conan the Barbarian. it's all subtle nods to all of this. And there is, of course, I've talked about the black stone, the oily black stone that Ashai is made of, that Bloodstone Emperor comes to worship. Very Lovecraftian, but it was actually Robert E. Howard who wrote the story, literally called The Black Stone, that really cemented this, and Lovecraft built upon it even more when he comes up with the Shining Trapezohedron. And we will read, when we get to our Lovecraft story, we're going to be reading Haunter of the Dark. So all you can see, like, all these constant back and forth between Howard and Lovecraft. And then the same can be said to other writers. Robert Bloch, who will be our fourth and final writer, he does the exact same thing. But anyway, yeah, Robert E. Howard, even more so than Lovecraft, had more to do with the Black Stone and what it would come to symbolize in A Song of Ice and Fire. And in his story, the Black Stone, the cultists who worship this Black Stone end up calling forth this giant toad eldritch creature, Tsathoggua, who becomes one of the gods of the Cthulhu mythos. The Black Stone is literally, it's the Isle of Toads. George took the story of the Black Stone by Robert E. Howard and used it to create what is the Isle of Toads in A Song of Ice and Fire. And that is one of these places, along with Ashai, along with the Sea Stone Chair on the Iron Islands, where we have this oily black stone. But Conan the Barbarian, also has a lot of influence. I said, like the Cymeri thing. There's also, in the Tales of Kull, I've talked about, there are the snake men, the serpent men of Volusia. They are one of the people who come into contact with this oily black stone. So, serpent men, Volusia, dragon lords, Valyria. You can see like where George drew these inspirations. And I also wanted to focus on a Conan story because I've talked a lot about Conan, but I've never actually done a video or a stream about Conan. So I figured this would be a good way to do it. We will just straight up read a short Conan story. And what's great about this story is, it's Conan. Conan waxing poetic about. In the story, he has taken the throne. He has taken it by right of conquest. And he is waxing poetic with all of his generals and his right-hand men about how wonderful it was taking the throne, how great the battles were, how great the war was, and now how tedious it is trying to hold on to it. Now, Conan as a Cymeri, one of the things that are distinct about the Cymeri people, black hair, blue eyes, which are straight up Baratheon traits. So, Conan talking about winning the throne and how glorious that was, but now in this sort of state of depression, tediously trying to hold on to it. It's very much the building blocks of what would become Robert Baratheon. And we know that all Baratheon boys, black of hair, blue of eye. The Baratheons, who are another Valyrian house, are straight up Conan. Conan is the building blocks. And that makes sense as to why George put the Cymeri people out in what was once the Silver Sea, now the Dothraki Sea. He puts the Cymeri people out near Valyria and makes them Valyrian allies. So it makes sense that the Baratheons, again, Aegon the Conqueror, his bastard half-brother, Orys Baratheon, who is the progenitor of what would become House Baratheon, we can kind of, the breadcrumbs that George leaves behind leads us to believe that whoever Orys Baratheon's mother was probably of Cymeri descent. And that is why Orys Baratheon has the black hair and blue eyes rather than the silver hair and purple eyes of Valyrians that he did not get from his father, that he shares with Aegon. More than likely, the Baratheons are of Cymeri origin, which is to say that the Baratheons come from Conan. So Robert Baratheon and Stannis and Renly are all like different aspects of Conan the Barbarian brought into George's world. Because Conan's like, he's a lot more complex a character than he's given credit for. I mean, a lot of the sword and sorcery stories that we know of today, we owe a lot to Conan. We owe a lot to Robert E. Howard. And I think like to try and when Conan the Barbarian gets written off as just a brute, it's like, no, that's just a very surface level analysis. And I think that's because more people are basing it more off of the movie and Arnold Schwarzenegger's performance, which, great movie. But the movie that we got with Schwarzenegger obviously did not go into the truly complex nature of Conan, nor did it, and it only kind of like literally touched upon the sorcery and magic of that world, just in the way that the original Game of Thrones kind of put a lot of the magic and sorcery on the back burner to try and make it appeal to a broader audience. But making sure don't have anything is in spill range, because the cats are running around free and I don't know when they will attack. But expect Damon or Dalton, possibly even Cassie, to pop up. Probably not Dagon. So we will hop into this next story. So this is a Conan the Barbarian tale by Robert E. Howard. This is The Phoenix on the Sword. Know, O Prince, that between the years when the oceans drank Atlantis and the gleaming cities, and the years of the rise of the sons of Arius, there was an age undreamed of, when shining kingdoms lay spread across the world like blue mantles beneath the stars. Numidia, Ophir, Bithynia, Hyperborea, Zamora, with its dark-haired women and towers of spider-haunted mystery. Zingara with its chivalry, Koth that bordered on the pastoral lands of Shem. Stygia with its shadow-guarded tombs. So again, Stygia with the shadow-guarded tombs, and then we get Stygai, which is the corpse city that lays in the heart of darkness, that only the Shadowbinders are brave, that even Shadowbinders fear to tread, and only the bravest amongst them go. Hyrcania, whose riders wore steel and silk and gold. Oh, yeah. So we talked about I mentioned the patrimony of Hyrcum. Now, this is so in one aspect, that is a reference to Yirkun from Elric of Melniboné, Hyrcun, but it's also a reference to Hyrcania. The riders wore steel and silk and gold. In the patrimony of Hyrcun, there are the great fathers who rule, and only the strongest and most comely among them are allowed to be great fathers. The rest of the boys are made into eunuchs, and they're the ones who become scribes and farmers and carpenters and all that. Otherwise, the three cities that now make up the patrimony of Hyrcun are guarded by warrior women, because only those who can give life are allowed to take life in their belief system. And the three roads that lead out of the bones are the road of steel, the road of stone, and the road of sand. So, and this is George playing with the Silk Road, but also here, it's referencing Hyrcania. And the women of the patrimony of Hyrcun are like Eastern Amazonians. But the proudest kingdom of the world was Aquilonia, reigning supreme in the dreaming west. Hither came Conan, the Cimmerian, black-haired, sullen-eyed, sword in hand, a thief, a reaver, a slayer, with gigantic melancholies and gigantic mirth, to tread the jeweled thrones of the earth under his sandaled feet. The Numidian Chronicles. So again, like, the giant melancholy, but also the giant mirth from this black-haired, blue-eyed man wielding his great sword. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Baratheon, or what we could kind of say is Robert Baratheon's great ancestor, probably a great ancestor of Orys Baratheon. Oh, and I also do want to say, because they mentioned Atlantis here. So in Lovecraft myth, there are a lot of in a number of stories in the Cthulhu mythos and in the wider ranging mythos stories, there are two extra continents. Okay, there is Atlantis, which sits in the Atlantic Ocean between Europe and North America. And then there is the continent of Mu, which sits in the Pacific Ocean between Asia and North America. Atlantis comes up a number of times throughout Conan stories, through Lovecraft stories, through a bunch of these other writers. Mu, occasionally in Lovecraft, it's made more famous by the Zothic legend cycle, which I got to get back to. The idea is that these were two extra continents that both sank due to great calamities. In Lovecraft's version of Atlantis, that is because the oily black stone that becomes the shining trapezahedron is dropped on Earth. The Elder Things purposefully drop the stone on Earth, and it lands in Atlantis, and Atlantis sinks. The continent of Mu, the story of that destruction comes in Zothic legend cycle in The Thing from the Pit, which you can find on my channel. I did a reading of Lynn Carter's the short story The Thing in the Pit, which tells the destruction of Mu. And Mu, we are all that's left of Mu are these remnants, these islands, Hawaii, Indonesia, Micronesia. They are all the remnants of this once wider continent of Mu. And it becomes like this big mystery in Zothic legend cycle, how all of these islands and nations that are thousands of miles apart with nothing but open sea between them have all of these strange idols to these Lovecraftian eldritch beings. And it's because supposedly this was all of these islands were once part of this bigger, wider ranging continent of Mu. And it's very much like George does the same thing. The Stepstones. The Stepstones are the remains of the Arm of Dorn, the Thousand Islands out in the far, far east, possibly the remains of a sunken kingdom. And in the real world, there's this what was Beringia, which is how some theorize that Native Americans originally crossed over here when the Russian Far East and the North American Northwest were connected. So where Russia and Alaska and Canada were originally connected, this land bridge of Beringia, eventually ice melted, sea levels rose. Now we have this gap in between, but there are remains. These are like things like the Commodore Islands, which sit in the northwestern Pacific Ocean between the Russian Far East and Alaska. But we're talking about Conan, so we'll just go straight into there. Over shadowy spires and gleaming towers lay the ghostly darkness and silence that runs before dawn. Into a dim alley, one of a veritable labyrinth of mysterious winding ways, 4 masked figures came hurriedly from a door, which a dusky hand furtively opened. They spoke not, but went swiftly into the gloom, cloaks wrapped closely about them. As silently as the ghosts of murdered men, they disappeared in the darkness. Behind them, a sardonic countenance was framed in the partly open door. A pair of evil eyes glittered malevolently in the gloom. "Go into the night, creatures of the night," a voice mocked. "Oh, fools, your doom hounds your heels like a blind dog, and you know it not." The speaker closed the door and bolted it, then turned and went up to the corridor, candle in hand. He was a somber giant, whose dusky skin revealed his Stygian blood. He came into an inner chamber, where a tall, lean man in worn velvet lounged like a great lazy cat on a silken couch, sipping wine from a huge golden goblet. Well, Ascalante, said the Stygian, setting down the candle, your dupes have slung into the streets like rats from their burrows. You work with strange tools. Tools, replied Ascalante. Why, they consider me that. For months now, ever since the rebel force summoned me from the southern desert, I have been living in the very heart of mine enemies, hiding by day in this obscure house, skulking through dark alleys and darker corridors at night. And I have accomplished what those rebellious nobles could not, working through them and through other agents, many of whom have never seen my face. I have honeycombed the empire with sedition and unrest. In short, I, working in the shadows, have paved the downfall of the king who sits throned in the sun. By Mitra, I was a statesman before I was an outlaw. And I do apologize again. I might be off with some of the pronunciations of these different gods and deities that crop up, both in Lovecraft and in Howard. I try my best, but green tea with honey, we're going to need it. The stories only get longer. And these dupes who deem themselves your masters. Oh, and we won't judge them. Yeah. I hope not. I'm going to do as best as I can. And I'm giving you 4 readings and I'm trying to give voices all the characters. So give me my drink sip breaks every now and then. And these dupes who deem themselves your masters, they will continue to think that I serve them until our present task is completed. Who are they to match wits with Ascalante? Volmana, the dwarfish count of Caravan? Grommel, the giant commander of the Black Legion? Dion, the fat baron of Attalus? Rinaldo, the harebrained minstrel? I am the force which has welded together the steel in each, and by the clay in each I will crush them when the time comes. But that lies in the future. Tonight the king dies. Days ago I saw the imperial squadrons arise from the city, said the Stygian. They rode to the frontier, which the heathen Picts assail, thanks to the strong liquor which I've smuggled over the borders to madden them. Okay, yeah, because the Picts are real. So it's like, man, these are like old world Scots, the Picts. Hadrian's Wall was built for a reason. And it's like Robert E. Howard just took real world Scots and threw them into the story here and made them the Picts. Dion's great wealth made that possible, and Volmana made it possible to dispose of the rest of the imperial troops which remained in the city. Through his princely kin in Numidia, it was easy to persuade King Numa to request the presence of Count Trocero of Poitiers, Seneschal of Aquilonia, and of course, to do him honor, he'll be accompanied by an imperial escort, as well as his own troops, and Prospero. Oh, hey! Prospero from Masque of the Red Death. His name just comes right up. King Conan's right-hand man. That leaves only the king's personal bodyguard in the city, beside the Black Legion. Through Grommel, I've corrupted a spendthrift officer of that guard and bribed him to lead his men away from the king's door at midnight. Then, with 16 desperate rogues of mine, we enter the palace by a secret tunnel. After the deed is done, even if the people do not rise to welcome us, Grommel's Black Legion will be sufficient to hold the city and the crown. And Dion thinks that crown will be given to him? Yes! The fat fool claims it by reason of a trace of royal blood. Conan makes a big mistake in letting men live who still boast descent from the old dynasty, from which he tore the crown of Aquilonia. Okay, so talking about Robert Baratheon, right? Conan leaves some of the old guard behind. Robert Baratheon makes the same mistake. People like Pycelle, people like Varys, people that were in the Mad King's employ are allowed to retain their titles and their positions. And we can argue like how much of this was a mistake. Oh, this is okay. What story is it? This is The Phoenix on the Sword by Robert E. Howard. It is a Conan the Barbarian story. And I said I wanted to read it because it's very much building blocks of what would become Robert Baratheon. So, Volmana, who's reading? The Stygian, okay. Volmana wishes to be reinstated in royal favor, as he was under the old regime, so that he may lift his poverty-ridden estates to their former grandeur. Grommel hates Palantides, commander of the Black Dragons, and desires the command of the whole army, with all the stubbornness of the Bosonian. Alone of us all, Ronaldo has no personal ambition. He sees in Conan a red-handed, rough-footed barbarian who came out of the north to plunder a civilized land. He idealizes the king whom Conan killed to get the crown, remembering only that he occasionally patronized the arts and forgetting the evils of his reign, and he is making the people forget. Already they openly sing the lament for the king, in which Ronaldo lauds the sainted villain and denounces Conan as that black-hearted savage from the abyss. Conan laughs, but the people snarl. And yet, this is another thing. We see Robert Baratheon, right? Even in his reign, there are still some people who hold a candle to the Mad King, forgetting the shit he pulled and remembering the good times. Like that, there's that old guy at Harrenhal who Arya mentions when she says, like, he says the old king wouldn't allow this to happen. Arya says Robert, and he says no, Aerys Targaryen, and then the mountain breaks his teeth. And Robert says of himself, there are some who still look upon him as the usurper, even after 17 years later into his reign. Why does he hate Conan? Poets always hate those in power. To them, perfection is always just behind the last corner or beyond the next. They escape the present dreams of the past and future. Ronaldo is a flaming torch of idealism, rising, as he thinks, to overthrow a tyrant and liberate the people. As for me, well, a few months ago I had lost all ambition but to raid the caravans for the rest of my life. Now old dreams stir. Conan will die. Dion will mount the throne. Then he too will die. One by one, all who oppose me will die. By fire or steel, or those deadly wines you know so well how to brew. Ascalante, king of Aquilionia, how like you the sound of it? The Stygian shrugged his broad shoulders. There was a time, he said with unconcealed bitterness, when I too had my ambitions, beside which yours seemed tawdry and childish. To what a state I have fallen! My old-time peers and rivals would stare indeed, could they see Toth Amon of the Ring serving as the slave of an outlander, and an outlaw at that, and aiding in the petty ambitions of barons and kings. You laid your trust in magic and mummery, answered Ascalante carelessly. I trust my wits and my sword. Wits and swords are as straws against the wisdom of the darkness, growled the Stygian, his dark eyes flickering with menacing lights and shadows. Had I not lost the ring, our positions might be reversed. Nevertheless, answered the outlaw impatiently, you wear the stripes of my whip on your back, and are likely to continue to wear them. Be not so sure. The fiendish hatred of the Stygian glittered for an instant redly in his eyes. Some day, somehow, I will find the ring again, and when I do, by the serpent fangs of Set you shall pay. The hot-tempered Aquilonian started up and struck him heavily across the mouth. Toth reeled back, blood starting from his lips. You grow over bold, dog, growled the outlaw. Have a care. I am still your master who knows your dark secret. Go upon the housetops and shout that Ascalante is in the city plotting against the king, if you dare." "I dare not," muttered the Stygian, wiping the blood from his lips. "No, you do not dare." Ascalante grinned bleakly. "For if I die by your stealth or treachery, a hermit priest in the southern desert will know of it and will break the seal of a manuscript I left in his hands. And having read, a word will be whispered in Stygia, and a wind will creep up from the south by midnight. And there will lie your head, Tothamon." The slave shuddered, and his dusky face went ashen. "Enough." Ascalante changed his tone peremptorily. "I have work for you. I do not trust Dion. I bade him ride to his country estate and remain there until the work tonight is done. The fat fool could never conceal his nervousness before the king today. Ride after him, and if you do not overtake him on the road, proceed to his estate and remain with him until we send for him. Don't let him out of your sight. He is mazed with fear and might bolt, might even rush to Conan in a panic and reveal the whole plot, hoping thus to save his own hide. Go." The slave bowed, hiding the hate in his eyes, and did as he was bidden. Ascalante turned again to his wine. Over the jeweled spires was rising a dawn crimson as blood. Yep. So yes, thank you everyone who's coming in late. Yes, thank you for all the birthday wishes. If you're just joining us, you missed Masque of the Red Death, but we are starting the Conan the Barbarian's tale, the Phoenix on the Sword, and it's 5 chapters long, and we are just going into chapter 2 right now. "When I was a fighting man, the kettle drums they beat. The people scattered gold dust before my horse's feet. But now I am a great king. The people hound my track, with poison in my wine cup and daggers at my back." The Road of Kings. The room was large and ornate, with rich tapestries on the polished paneled walls, deep rugs on the ivory floor, and with the lofty ceiling adorned with intricate carvings and silver scrollwork. Behind an ivory gold inlaid writing table sat a man whose broad shoulders and sun-browned skin seemed out of place among those luxuriant surroundings. He seemed more a part of the sun and winds and high places of the outlands. His slightest movement spoke of steel spring muscles knit to a keen brain with the coordination of a born fighting man. There was nothing deliberate or measured about his actions. Either he was perfectly at rest, still as a bronze statue, or else he was in motion, not with the jerky quickness of over-tense nerves, but with a cat-like speed that blurred the sight which tried to follow him. His garments were of rich fabric, but simply made. He wore no ring or ornaments, and his square-cut black mane was confined merely by a cloth of silver band about his head. Now he laid down the golden stylus with which he had been laboriously scrawling on waxed papyrus, rested his chin on his fist, and fixed his smoldering blue eyes enviously on the man who stood before him. This person was occupied in his own affairs at the moment, for he was taking up the laces of his gold chase armor and abstractedly whistling, a rather unconventional performance, considering that he was in the presence of a king. Definitely pause at the end of the chapter and do a PayPal check. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's, Danae, come in. Oh, we do have PayPals. Okay, cool. So 2 PayPals came in. So, first one from Hannah. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Tim. Oh, thank you very much. And a second one from Barbara. Happy birthday from Three-Eyed Magpie. Okay, thank you. And yes, I will I will say first names, but I will never say your last name. I had that done to me once when I sent in a PayPal, and I was like, "Oh, did you just use the full government name?" Okay. So that went to the Gray Waste Tim. I also have an old PayPal. Yeah, I guess I should check that one. I'm trying to get people to go more towards the Gray Waste Tim one and not the old one because I'm more likely to check that one. But oh yeah, so we got another one from Kirsty. To my favorite character in A Song of Ice and Fire, Dunk, your voice is the only voice I'll ever hear when reading or watching anything Dunk related. Forever indented in my head and wholeheartedly worthy of holding the title of his voice. Happy birthday, Tim. Hope you have a good one and get spoiled rotten. Cheers to one of the best A Song of Ice and Fire content creators. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. That is. Oh, you're here there. Thank you, Kirsty. Yes, thank you. That's yeah. Oh yeah, no problem. No, if the old one is what you have saved, I can always check both. But yeah, I did make a new one specifically with my user handle as Gray Waste Tim to be easier. But yeah, thank you, Northern Tommy. Yeah, I guess at the end of each chapter, we'll refresh the PayPals and see if anything's come in. And again, those who, if you prefer super chats are also welcome and should be in. If they're not enabled, let me know. I gotta go make if the super chats aren't enabled, I'm gonna have to go update my settings for that real quick. Okay, so all right, so we're about to. Gray Waste Tim is talks with someone. It is enabled. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Conan is about to speak, and you know my instinct when I have a character like Conan is to always go straight to my sort of Nathan Explosion voice, and today will be no different. Prospero, said the man at the it's the same voice I give to Victorian Greyjoy. These matters of statecraft weary me as all the fighting I have done ever did. All part of the game, Conan, answered the dark-eyed Potonian. You are king. You must play the part. I wish I might ride with you to Numidia, said Conan enviously. It seems ages since I had a horse between my knees. But Publius says that affairs in the city require my presence. Curse him. Super chat, because why not for the cat horde? And that is that New Zealand dollars? Oh, thank you, Anna. When I overthrew the old dynasty, he continued, speaking with the easy familiarity which existed only between the Poitonian and himself. It was easy enough, though it seemed bitter hard at the time. Looking back now over the wild path I followed, for those days of toil, intrigue, slaughter, and tribulation seemed like a dream. I do not dream far enough. Oh. I did not dream far. Wait. Sorry. I think I mixed up their voices. Said Conan, it seems ages. Oh, no, this is still Conan. I did not dream far enough, Prospero. When King Numidides lay dead at my feet, and I tore the crown from his gory head and set it on my own, I had reached the ultimate border of my dreams. I had prepared myself to take the crown, not to hold it. In the old free days, all I wanted was a sharp sword and a straight path to my enemies. Now no paths are straight, and my sword is useless. When I overthrew Numidides, then I was the liberator. Now they spit at my shadow. They have put a statue of that swine in the temple of Mitra, and people go and wail before it, hailing it as the holy effigy of a saintly monarch who was done to death by a red-handed barbarian. When I led her armies to victory as a mercenary, Aquionia overlooked the fact that I was a foreigner, but now she cannot forgive me. Now in Mitra's temples there come to burn incense to Numidides memory, men whom his hangmen maimed and blinded, men whose sons died in his dungeon, whose wives and daughters were dragged into his seraglio, the fickle fools. So, I guess I just picked up the plot. Yeah, Numidides. But yeah, so we can see, right, like, okay, so Conan is viewed as a foreigner, and we can kind of think of, like, Aegon the Conqueror, probably what happens behind closed doors, because all we get from Aegon the Conqueror, we get in Fire and Blood. It's a historical retelling. If we get the Aegon the Conqueror show, which I believe has been greenlit, then we are going to need more characterization of Aegon. The discussions that happen behind closed doors between him and his sister wives and the men who rallied to his cause. And some things that Aegon might be talking about might be close to what Conan is talking about here, because Aegon being Valyrian, I mean, the Targaryens had been in Dragonstone for a while now. They had taken up the banners, ingratiated themselves into Westerosi custom, but Valyrians, like them, still pretty outsiderish for Westeros. They're there, they're on Dragonstone, but they're on an island off the coast. So it's possible that Aegon may have had the same thoughts as Conan here. But there also is Robert Baratheon. Now, Robert Baratheon is, again, he's native Westerosi. At this point, we're 300 years past the point of the conquering, or give or take. But the Baratheons are originally a Valyrian house because they come from Orys Baratheon, Aegon's half-brother. And Robert does have these melancholic feelings every now and then, talking about, how great it was taking the throne, the tediousness of holding it. It's why Robert Baratheon why he smiled for the first time in years when the Greyjoy rebellion came up, because it's like, finally, I get to fight again. And it's like, he was prepared to take the throne, fighting for the throne, but holding it and taking it are two completely different matters. So here we go. So Ronaldo is largely responsible, answered Prospero, drawing up his sword belt another notch. He sings songs that make men mad. Hang him in his jester's garb to the highest tower in the city. Let him make rhymes for the vultures. Conan shook his lion head. No, Prospero, he's beyond my reach. A great poet is greater than any king. His songs are mightier than my scepter, for he has near ripped the heart from my breast when he chose to sing from me. I shall die and be forgotten, but Ronaldo's songs will live forever. No, Prospero. The king continued, a somber look of doubt shadowing his eyes. There is something hidden, some undercurrent of which we are not aware. Super chat. Oop. Was there supposed to be more to that? If there was supposed to be more to that super chat, just let me know. I'll come back to it. I'll look out for your comment. There, I sense it as in my youth. I sense the tiger hidden in the tall grass. There is a nameless unrest throughout the kingdom. I am like a hunter who crouches by his small fire amidst the forest and hears stealthy feet paddings in the darkness and almost sees the glimmer of burning eyes. If I could become the grips with something tangible, then I could cleave with my sword. I tell you, it's not by chance that the Picts have of late so fiercely assailed the frontiers, so that the Bozonians have called for aid to beat them back. I should have ridden with the troops. Publius. Every time this guy's names come up, I'm just going to pronounce it like this. Publius feared a plot to trap and slay you beyond the frontier, replied Prospero, smoothing his silken surcoat over his shining mail and admiring his tall, lithe figure in a sylvan mirror. That's tasty, Tim. Tinfoil. All right, we're keeping it. Patent pending. I'll give you credit, though. Smoothing his silken surcoat over his shining mail and admiring his tall, lithe figure in the silver mirror. That's why he urged you to remain in the city. These doubts are born of your barbarian instincts. Let the people snarl. The mercenaries are ours, and the black dragons, and every rogue in Poitain swears by you. Your only danger is assassination, and that's impossible. With men of the Imperial troops guarding you day and night, what are you working at there? A map, Conan answered with pride. The maps of the court show well the countries of south, east, and west, but in the north they are vague and faulty. I am adding the northern lands myself. Here is Cimmeria, where I was born, and Asgard and Vanaheim. Prospero scanned the map. By Mitra, I'd almost believe those countries to have been fabulous. Wait, is he saying fabulous or fabulous, as in fabled, like legendary or mythic? I think he's saying they're supposed to be fabled lands. Conan grinned savagely, involuntarily touching the scars on his dark face. You had known otherwise had you spent your youth on the northern frontiers of Cimmeria. Asgard lies to the north, and Vanaheim to the northwest of Cimmeria, and there is continual war along the borders. What manner of men are these northern folk? Asked Prospero. Tall and fair and blue-eyed. Their god is Ymir, the frost giant, and each tribe has its own king. They are wayward and fierce. They fight all day and drink ale and roar their wild songs all night. Then I think you are like them, laughed Prospero. You laugh greatly, drink deep, and bellow good songs, though I never saw another Cimmerian who drank aught but water, or who ever laughed or ever sang save to chant dismal dirges. And yeah, so not only do we see the building blocks of Robert Baratheon, but the building blocks of Northmen come from Conan. And the building blocks of Conan, of course, come from Nordic myth. Like, we're getting straight up Asgard, Ymir, frost giants, all of these things. And then talk of the Ring, too, before. Let's keep in mind, like, Tolkien was getting started in this day and age. So a lot of it's not just George picking up influences from past writers and histories and mythologies. Lovecraft, Howard. I mean, I think it's impossible really to tell a story without invoking some kind of myth or history or past influence, whether it be an even older writer. So you see, like, one builds off the other, builds off the other, builds off the other, and this is how we get our great stories through the ages. Perhaps it's the land they lived in, answered the king. A gloomier land never was, all of hills, darkly wooded, under skies nearly always gray, with winds moaning drearily down the valleys. Little wonder men grow moody there, quote Prospero with a shrug of his shoulders, thinking of the smiling sun-washed plains and blue lazy rivers of Poitain, Aquilonia's southernmost province. They have no hope here or hereafter, answered Conan. Their gods are Crom and his dark race, who rule over a sunless place of everlasting mist, which is the world of the dead. Mitra, the ways of the Aesir were more to my liking. So it almost sounds like the Cimmerians worship the Great Other, and White Walkers, Crom, Conan's god, And if you know anything about Conan, then you know that Crom is not a very benevolent god. He doesn't really seem to help out much. It really begs the question why the Cimmerians worship Crom. For Conan usually spends more time cursing Crom than he does praising him. He's like a very do-nothing god. And yet he's worshipped. And that's like it reminds me of Craster leaving out sacrifices for the others, and it's like, what are the others doing for you aside from simply not killing you? But yeah, Crom and his dark race, who rule over a sunless place of everlasting mist, which is the world of the dead. And this sounds so much like the lands of Always Winter. Well, grinned Prospero, the dark hills of Cimmeria are far behind you, and now I go. I'll quaff a goblet of white Numidian wine for you at Numa's court. Good, grunted the king, but kiss Numa's dancing girls for yourself only, lest you involve the states. His gusty laughter followed Prospero out of the chamber. Okay, so we are on to chapter 3, so we will take a moment, as Northern Tommy suggested, to check the PayPals again. Damn you, why must I check all the crosswalks? So we're good there, and we will check the Grey Waste Tim one. Oh, yep, we got another one, new one on the Grey Waste Tim PayPal. And yes, so this is from Samantha. Happy birthday, big wife. Okay. Fwingwa Mwafwa, Cthulhu, Ryla, Wagnagal, Fatagan. Thank you very much, Samantha. All right, so chapter 3. Under the cavern pyramid, great Set coils asleep. Among the shadows of the tombs, his dusky people creep. I speak the word from the hidden gulfs that never knew the sun. Send me a servant for my hate, O scaled and shining one. The sun was setting, etching the green and hazy blue of the forest in brief gold. The waning beams glinted on the thick golden chain, which Dion of Atlas twisted continually in his pudgy hand as he sat in the flaming riot of blossoms and flowering trees, which was his garden. He shifted his fat body on his marbled seat and glanced furtively about, as if in quest of lurking enemy. He sat within a circular grove of slender trees whose interlapping branches cast a thick shade over him. Near at hand, a fountain tinkled silverly, and other unseen fountains in various parts of the great garden whispered an everlasting symphony. So, listening to that term. I'll have to give a warning the next time I do the Cthulhu chant, so those of you who are susceptible do not allow the eldritch beings in. We're poking through the ether here. And if the realms are a bit thin on your side, I might have released something. Sorry about that. You need not be so nervous, said Toth. The plot cannot fail. Okay, so this is Dion. We got to give a voice for Dion, and he's fat. Oscar Hunter can make mistakes as well as another. Snapped Dion, sweating at the mere thought of... No, we're not going to do that voice. That's too hard. At the mere thought of failure. Not he, grinned the Stygian savagely. Else I had not been his slave, but his master. That's like half a haiku. Yeah, please. What talk is this? There we go. I'll just do a guru from Team 4 Stars Guru. Peevishly returned Dion with only half a mind on the conversation. Toth Amon's eyes narrowed. For all his iron self-control, he was near bursting with long pent-up shame, hate, and rage, ready to take any sort of a desperate chance. What he did not reckon on was the fact that Dion saw him, not as a human being with a brain and a wit, but simply a slave, and as such a creature beneath. Okay, yeah, Nail, Toth. Listen to me, said Toth. You will be king, but you little know the mind of Ascalante. You cannot trust him once Conan is slain. I can help you. If you will protect me when you come to power, I will aid you. Listen, my lord, I was a great sorcerer in the south. Men spoke of Toth Amon as they spoke of Rahman. King Seththon of Stygia gave me great honor, casting down the magicians from the high places to exalt me above them. They hated me, but they feared me, for I controlled beings from outside which came at my call and did my bidding. By Set, my enemy knew not the hour when he might awake at midnight to feel the taloned fingers of a nameless horror at his throat. I did dark and terrible magic with the serpent ring of Set, which I found in a nighted tomb a league beneath the earth, forgotten before the first man crawled out of the slimy sea. But a thief stole the ring and my power was broken. The magicians rose up to slay me and I fled. Disguised as a camel driver, I was traveling in a caravan in the land of Koth when Ascalante's reavers fell upon us. All in the caravan were slain except myself. I saved my life by revealing my identity to Ascalante and swearing to serve him. Bitter has been that bondage. To hold me fast, he wrote of me in a manuscript and sealed it and gave it into the hands of a hermit who dwells on the southern borders of Koth. I dare not strike a dagger into him while he sleeps or betray him to his enemies, for then the hermit would open the manuscript and read, thus Ascalante instructed him, and he would speak a word in Stygia. Again, Toth shuddered, and an ashen hue tinged his dusky skin. Men knew me not in Aquilonia, he said, but should my enemies in Stygia learn my whereabouts, not the width of half a world between us would suffice to save me from such a doom as would blast the soul of a bronze statue. Only a king with castles and hosts of swordsmen could protect me. So I have told you my secret and urged that you make a pact with me. I can aid you with my wisdom, and you could protect me, and someday I will find the ring. Ring! Toth had underestimated the man's utter egoism. Dion had not even been listening to the slave's words, so completely engrossed was he in his own thoughts, but the final word stirred a ripple in his self-centeredness. Ring, he repeated. That makes me remember. My ring of good fortune. I had it from a Shemetish thief who swore he stole it from a wizard far to the south, and that it would bring me luck. I paid him enough, Mitra knows. By the gods, I need all the luck I can have, what with Valmana and Ascalante dragging me into the bloody plots. I'll see to the ring. Toth sprang up, blood mounting darkly to his face, while his eyes flamed with the stunned fury of a man who suddenly realizes the full depths of a fool's swinish stupidity. Dion never heeded him. Lifting a secret lid in the marble seat, he fumbled for a moment among a heap of gewgaws of various kinds, barbaric charms, bits of bones, pieces of tawdry jewelry, luck pieces, and conjures which the man's superstitious nature had prompted him to collect. Ah, here it is! He triumphantly lifted a ring of curious make. It was a metal like copper and was made in the form of a scaled serpent coiled in 3 loops and with its tail in its mouth. Its eyes were yellow gems which glittered balefully. Toth Amon cried out as if he had been struck and Dion wheeled and gaped, his face suddenly bloodless. The slave's eyes were blazing, his mouth wide, his huge dusky hands outstretched like talons. "The ring! By Set, the ring!" he shrieked. "My ring, stolen from me!" Steel glittered in the Stygian's hand, and with a heave of his great dusky shoulders, he drove the dagger into the Baron's fat body. Dion's high, thin squeal broke in a strangled gurgle, and his whole flabby frame collapsed like melted butter. A fool to the end, he died in mad terror, not knowing why. Flinging aside the crumpled corpse, already forgetful of it, Toth grasped the ring in both hands, his dark eyes blazing with a fearful avidness. "My ring," he whispered in terrible exultation. "My power. My precious." Oh, new super chat. Happy birthday, Grey Wish Tim. First of his name, Cat Dad to Damon Blackfire. Many kitties, always appreciate your insights. Thank Bong Hits and Heavy Riffs. Thank you very much. When are we having cake tonight? Oh, I have a tuxedo cake up in the fridge, which I was going to have probably after the stream. It's a reward myself. I reward myself with a little treat. How long he crouched over the baleful thing, motionless as a statue, drinking the evil aura of it into his dark soul. Not even the Stygian knew. When he shook himself from his reverie and drew back his mind from the nighted abysses where it had been questing, the moon was rising, casting long shadows across the smooth marble back of the garden seat, at the foot of which sprawled the darker shadow which had been the Lord of Attalus. No more, Ascalante, no more. Now that he has the ring back, I feel like I should give him more of a Gollum voice. And his eyes burned red as a vampire's in the gloom. Stooping, he cupped a handful of congealing blood from the sluggish pool in which his victim sprawled, and rubbed it into the copper serpent's eyes until the yellow sparks were covered by a crimson mask. "Blind your eyes, mystic serpent," he chanted in a blood-freezing whisper. "Blind your eyes to the moonlight and open them on darker gulfs. What do you see, O serpent of Set? My precious. Whom do you call from the gulfs of the night? Whose shadow falls on the waning light? Call him to me, O serpent of Set." Stroking the scales with a peculiar circular motion of his fingers, a motion which always carried the fingers back to their starting place, his voice sank still lower as he whispered dark names and grisly incantations, forgotten the world over, save in the grim hinterlands of dark Stygia, where monstrous shapes move in the dusk of the tombs. So, again, since George pulled Stygia from Conan and created Stygia, if we were to ever think of the Shadowbinders that do go up there, that the ones that are brave enough to traverse north of the River Ash and go to the Corpse City, the shit that Toth is doing here, that Toth Amon is doing now that he has his ring back, probably what we can imagine the Shadowbinders doing in Stygia. And really make me hope, like, if we get that Yi animated show, that's probably our best chances of ever seeing things like Ashai and Stygia and the Shadowlands on screen. Because I don't think Danny's definitely not going to go there. So still holding out hope for, I'm holding out hope for all of these Song of Ice and Fire shows that they're planning. We know we got Dunk and Egg, possibly got Aegon the Conqueror. Really would like to see the E.T. show. And if they want to do the prequel of Corlys and the Nine Voyages, that'd be cool. Corlys visits Ashai. That's where he sees the ship that's possibly Sunchaser. He goes to Nepher, the city of necromancers, the hidden city. He ventures as far out as the Thousand Islands, and it's there when they see the green skinned fish people that his crew is like, okay, no more, we're turning back.
once they start fucking the fish, that's where we draw the line. Like, we're not going any further. But if it weren't for that, I think Corlys probably would have sailed to the ends of the earth, to Mossavi, to Carcosa, to the things at the very eastern point of the map. I think he would have gone. And it's only if we get things like that, like Corlys's prequel, like the ET show, that we really get a chance to see these cities. And then we'll know, like, is it for real? Is the Lovecraftian stuff going to be there? Or is it going to be like more brought down to earth, you know? Like, okay, like the Shadowlands aren't as weird and fucked up as they say they are, but not to say that they're like normal by any means, but maybe not as Lovecraftian and as outlandish as they're made out to be. Or maybe they will be like, nope, it's exactly what it says on the tin. A shy, no sunlight, necromancers, blood mages, all that. It's all real. Fish people, lizard men. It's all real. All of it's real. Okay, so the grim hinterlands where monster shapes move in the dusk of the tombs. Yeah, like the mountains of the Morn, the Shadowlands, the areas outside of Ashai where demons and dragons dwell. There was a movement in the air about him, such a swirl as is made in water when some creatures rise to the surface. A nameless, freezing wind blew on him briefly, as if from an open door. Toth felt a presence at his back, but he did not look about. He kept his eyes fixed on the moonlit space of marble, on which a tenuous shadow hovered. As he continued his whispered incantations, this shadow grew in size and clarity, until it stood out distinct and horrific. Its outline was not unlike that of a gigantic baboon, but no such baboon ever walked the earth, not even in Stygia. Still, Toth did not look, but drawing from his girdle a sandal of his master, always carried in the dim hope that he might be able to put it to such use, he cast it behind him. "Know it well, slave of the ring," he exclaimed. "Find him who ward and destroy him. Look into his eyes and blast his soul before you tear out his throat. Kill him, aye, in a blind burst of passion, and all with him." Etched on the moonlit wall, Toth saw the horror lower its misshapen head and take the scent like some hideous hound. Then the grisly head was thrown back, and the thing wheeled and was gone like a wind through the trees. The Stygian flung up his arms in maddened exultation, and his teeth and eyes gleamed in the moonlight. A soldier on guard without the walls yelled in startled horror as a great loping black shadow with flaming eyes cleared the wall and swept by him with a swirling rush of wind. But it was gone so swiftly that the bewildered warrior was left wondering whether it had been a dream or a hallucination. So aside from the ape-like qualities describing as a baboon, this sounds almost like a shadow baby, right? We'll continue on. Let's see what happens with this. What exactly is it that Toth just summoned? So chapter 4, and we will check. Taking a break to check the PayPals again. Any new ones? Nope, no new ones. Okay, so we'll just continue. I'm just going to take a sip of some tea. All right, and we will continue on with chapter 4. And I think it was, actually, let me go back. Yeah, it is 5 chapters. Okay, so we'll go back. Chapter 4. When the world was young and men were weak, and the fiends of the night walked free, I strove with set by fire and steel and juice of the upas tree. Now that I sleep in the mount's black heart and the ages take their toll, forget ye him who fought with the snake to save the human soul. Alone in the great sleeping chamber with its high golden dome, King Conan slumbered and dreamed. Through swirling gray mists, he heard a curious call, faint and far, and though he did not understand it, it seemed not within his power to ignore it. Sword in hand, he went through the gray mist, as a man might walk through clouds, and the voice grew more distinct as he proceeded until he understood the word it spoke. It was his own name that was being called across the gulfs of space or time. Oh, and yeah, so again, because I was talking about how Conan is like a prototype Baratheon. So Toth summoning a summoning something akin to a shadow baby and sending it after Conan is like a shadow baby going after Renly Baratheon. Now the mists grew lighter, and he saw that he was in a great dark corridor that seemed to be cut in solid black stone. It was unlighted, but by some magic he could see plainly. The floor, ceiling, and walls were highly polished and gleamed dull, and they were carved with the figures of ancient heroes and half-forgotten gods. He shuddered to see the vast shadowy outlines of the nameless old ones, and he knew somehow that mortal feet had not traversed the corridor for centuries. So yeah, the old ones, for George, this would be like the old gods, but for Lovecraft, the old ones, this is another name for the eldritch beings that Lovecraft created. So again, we see the interweavings between Howard and Lovecraft, things that Howard took from him and implemented into his own stories. Because again, another thing that kind of flies under the radar if you're not reading Conan, if you only know Conan from the Schwarzenegger movies, is how much Lovecraftian shit really goes down in some of these Conan stories. So they're great movies. I'm not knocking the movies. I am just saying though that they for what they did do, like we do get like the snake magic. We get magic and sorcery, but it's really nowhere near the level that truly encapsulates some Conan stories. Even with James Earl Jones being like a snake god. But yeah, I would say like, yeah, if you only know Conan from the Schwarzenegger movies, it's always worth it to go read even more of the tales to get more of a feel for Conan. But they are great movies. I do love the Arnold Schwarzenegger Conan films. Can't say so much about I think it was 2011. They tried to reboot Conan. I think they wanted to try and get a franchise going. The way that we're starting to see with Dune, but it never quite got off the ground. Although I would love it if someone with a love for Conan, the way Villeneuve has for Dune, were to come forward and try to do Conan justice, I would be all for that. But yeah, so far the one attempt to try and bring Conan back and make more movies based off of more Conan stories, it floundered. Very sad. Merriest of birth muses, Tim. Thank you, Christine. Thank you. And yes, thank you everyone again. All the birthday wishes, the super chats, the PayPals, everyone that's coming in just to hang out and read these short stories. So he shuddered to see. Okay, yeah. So he came upon a wide stair carved in the solid rock, and the sides of the shaft were adorned with esoteric symbols so ancient and horrific that King Conan's skin crawled. The steps were carven each with the abhorrent figure of the old serpent set, so that at each step he planted his heel on the head of the snake, as it was intended from old times. But he was none the less at ease for all that. But the voice called him on, and at last, in darkness that would have been impenetrable to his material eyes, he came into a strange crypt and saw a vague, white-bearded figure sitting on a tomb. Conan's hair rose up, and he grasped his sword.
Excuse me. But the figure spoke in sepulchral tones.
"Oh man, do you know me?" "Not I, by Crom," swore the king. "Man," said the ancient, "I am Epimetheus." "But Epimetheus the sage has been dead for 1,500 years, stammered Conan. "Hearken," spoke the other commandingly. "As a pebble cast into a dark lake sends ripples to the further shores, happening in the unseen world have broken like waves on my slumber. I have marked you well, Conan of Cimmeria, and the stamp of mighty happenings and great deeds is upon you. But the dooms are loose in the land, against which your sword cannot aid you." "You speak in riddles," said Conan uneasily. "Let me see my foe, and I'll cleave his skull to the teeth." "Loose your barbarian fury against your foes of flesh and blood," answered the ancient. "It is not against men I must shield you. There are dark worlds barely guessed by man, wherein formless monsters stalk, fiends which may be drawn from the outer voids to take material shape and rend and devour at the bid. Damn, I stumbled. I'm trying to give him like the voice I would give to Bloodraven. "Fiends which may be drawn from the outer voids to take material shape and rend and devour at the bidding of evil magicians. There is a serpent in your house, O king, an adder in your kingdom, come up from Stygia, with the dark wisdom of the shadows in his murky soul. As a sleepless man dreams of the serpent which crawls near him, I have felt the foul presence of Set's neophyte. He is drunk with terrible power, and blows he strikes at his enemy may well bring down the kingdom. I have called you to me to give you a weapon against him and his hellhound pack." "But why?" bewilderedly asked Conan. "Men say you sleep in the black heart of Golemira, whence you send forth your ghost on unseen wings to aid Aquilonia in times of need. But I am an outlander and a barbarian." "Peace," the ghostly tones reverberated through the great shadowy cavern. "Your destiny is one with Aquilonia. Gigantic happenings are forming in the web and womb of fate, and a blood-mad sorcerer now shall not stand in the path of imperial All right. That's a loaded line here when we're talking a Song of Ice and Fire, right? "Gigantic happenings are forming in the web and the womb of fate, and a blood-mad sorcerer shall not stand in the path of imperial destiny." That could apply to so many things, right? Euron, the White Walkers, everything disrupting the Weirwood net, evil Azor Ahai, all of that is like right here, and Conan's dealing with the same sort of things. Like, I would not be surprised if George takes this line and just sort of tweaks it into his own little thing, and we might see Bloodraven seeing something very, very similar to this to Bran. This would be like Bloodraven talking to Bran if Bran was more like Robert Baratheon. Maybe if Bloodraven was able to get to Jon more so than Bran, because Jon, not to say Jon's more like a barbarian like Conan, but Jon's more of a warrior, the type of warrior that Bran can't be because he's young, a kid, and of course because he's paralyzed. But yeah, if Bloodraven could speak to a more of a fighter character, then this would probably be the exchange we would see between them. I do just want to check something. Oh, okay. I had a missed call, but it was just a scam likely, so no big deal. Again, yeah, because it is my birthday. Like, I'm sure there are people calling me, and I have the phone on silent, so I'll just have to get back to them because this is more important right now. They can just text me happy birthday. So, ages ago, Set coiled about the world like a python about its prey. All my life, which was as the lives of 3 common men, I fought him. I drove him into the shadows of the mysterious south. But in dark Stygia, men still worship him, who is to us is the archdemon. As I fought Set, I fight his worshippers and his votaries and his acolytes. Hold out your sword. Wondering, Conan did so, and on the great blade, close to the heavy silver guard, the ancient traced with a bony finger a strange symbol that glowed like white fire in the shadows. And on the instant crypt, tomb and ancient vanished, and Conan, bewildered, sprang from his couch in the great golden domed chamber. And as he stood, bewildered at the strangeness of his dream, he realized that he was gripping his sword in his hand, and his hair prickled at the nape of his neck, for on the broad blade was carven a symbol, the outline of a phoenix. And he remembered that on the tomb in the crypt he had seen what he had thought to be a similar figure, carven of stone. Now he wondered if it had been but a stone figure, and his skin crawled at the strangeness of it all. Then, as he stood, a stealthy sound in the corridor outside brought him to life, and without stopping to investigate, he began to don his armor. Again, he was the barbarian, suspicious and alert as a gray wolf at bay. And this scene is like... So when Bran leaves Bloodraven's cave, we don't know what the circumstances are going to be. Will Bloodraven finally die? Like in the show, Night's King grabs Bran's arm while he's in a vision that somehow breaks the seal and the whites are able to get in. That's when we get Hodor, the hold the door moment. So it's up in the air whether or not something like that is going to happen. Are whites going to be able to penetrate the Bloodraven's cave? Are the children going to lob grenades at them the way they did at the show? Is this going to be Bloodraven's final moment? Like, will he? This be like the fight, like Bran and Mira trying to escape, Hodor holding the door, Jojen probably dead because Jojen paced, but leaving with the sword, right? Because there's in an interview, George has said that Bloodraven took Dark Sister, the second ancestral Valyrian steel sword, took it to the wall with him. And there is a theory that Mira might wield Dark Sister on the way out of the cave. Mira is a sort of like a Dark Sister. She is the sister to Jojen, the northern girl. We know she fights with like that frog spear that the Reeds have. So Bloodraven gifting Bran a sword like Dark Sister on the way out is something that could happen. Like whether he knowingly gives it to him or whether they find it out, they find it along the way. I think Bloodraven might speak up and say like, hey, take that with you. That shit's going to be important. But yeah, this, what just happened here with Conan, with him being his sword, it's not gifted a sword. It's his sword. It's sort of been given, a power up. But I could see something similar happening with Bran if they take Dark Sister on their way out of the cave. So, chapter 5, and this is the final chapter of this story. So, should we, real quick, we'll just refresh. Nothing new. Nope. No, nothing new. Okay, so let's continue on. Chapter 5. What do I know of cultured ways, the guilt, the craft, and the lie? I who was born in a naked land and bred in the open sky. The subtle tongue, the sophist guile, they fail when the broadswords sing. Rush in and die, dogs. I was a man before I was a king. The Road of Kings. Through the silence which shrouded the corridor of the royal palace stole 20 furtive figures, their stealthy feet bare or cased in soft leather, made no sound either on thick carpet or bare marble tile. The torches which stood in niches along the halls gleamed red on dagger, sword, and keen-edged axe. "Easy, all," hissed Ascalante. "Stop that cursed loud breathing, whoever it is. The officer of the night guard has removed most of the sentries from these halls and made the rest drunk. But we must be careful. Just the same. Back. Here come the guard." They crowded back behind a cluster of carven pillars, and almost immediately 10 giants in black armor swung by at a measured pace. Their faces showed doubt as they glanced at the officer who was leading them away from their post of duty. This officer was rather pale as the guard passed the hiding places of the conspirators. He was seen to wipe the sweat from his brow with a shaky hand. He was young, and this betrayal of a king did not come easy to him. He mentally cursed the vainglorious extravagance which had put him in debt to the moneylenders and made him a pawn of scheming politicians. The guardsman clanked by and disappeared up the corridor. "Good," grinned Ascalante. "Conan sleeps unguarded. Haste. If they catch us killing him, we're undone, but few men will espouse the cause of a dead king." "I haste," cried Rinaldo, his blue eyes matching the gleam of the sword he swung above his head. "My blade is thirsty. I hear the gathering of the vultures. On!" They hurried down the corridor with reckless speed and stopped before a gilded door which bore the royal dragon symbol of Aquilonia. "Grommel," snapped Ascalante, "break me this door open." The giant drew a deep breath and launched his mighty frame against the panels, which groaned and bent at the impact. Again he crouched and plunged. With a snapping of bolts and a rending crash of wood, the door splintered and burst inward. "In!" roared Ascalante, on fire with the spirit of the deed. "In!" yelled Rinaldo. "Death to the tyrant!" They stopped short. Conan faced them. Not a naked man roused, mazed, and unarmed out of a deep sleep to be butchered like a sheep, but a barbarian wide awake and at bay, partly armored and with his long sword in his hand. "In, rogues!" yelled the outlaw. "He is 1 to 20 and he has no helmet." True, there had been lack of time to don the heavy-plumed casque or to lay in place the side plates of the cuirass, nor was there now time to snatch the great shield from the wall. Still, Conan was better protected than any of his foes except of Almona and Grommel, who were in full armor. The king glared, puzzled as to their identity. Ascalante did not know. He could not see through the closed visors of the armored conspirators, and Rinaldo had pulled his slouched cap down above his eyes. But there was no time for surmise. With a yell that rang to the roof, the killers flooded into the room, Grommel first. He came like a charging bull, head down, sword low, for the disemboweling thrust. Conan sprang to meet him, and all his tigerish strength went into the arm that swung the sword. In a whistling arc, the great blade flashed through the air and crashed on the Bosonian's helmet. Blade and casque shivered together, and Grommel rolled lifeless on the floor. Conan bounded back, still gripping the broken hilt. "Grommel," he spat, his eyes blazing in amazement, as the shattered helmet disclosed the shattered head, and the rest of the pack were upon him. A dagger point raked along his ribs between breastplate and backplate. A sword edge flashed before his eyes. He flung aside the dagger wielder with his left arm and smashed his broken hilt like a cestus into the swordsman's temple. The man's brains spattered in his face. "Watch the door, 5 of you!" screamed Ascalante, dancing about the edge of the singing steel whirlpool, for he feared that Conan might smash through their midst and escape. The rogues drew back momentarily as their leader seized several and thrust them toward the single door, and in that brief respite, Conan leapt to the wall and tore therefrom an ancient battle axe which, untouched by time, had hung there
for half a century. Well, Bobby B is about to bring the trident on these fools. Conan has got his battle axe. So this is like we can imagine again Conan, Robert Baratheon. Imagine Robert Baratheon in all of his glory taking down Rhaegar Targaryen at the trident. This is the scene that we are getting now with Conan. It's 20 against 1, and he is just tearing through them like tissue paper because Conan is badass like that. With his back to the wall, he faced the closing ring for a flashing instant, then leapt into the thick of them. He was no defensive fighter. Even in the teeth of overwhelming odds, he always carried the war to the enemy. Any other man would have already died there, and Conan himself did not hope to survive, but he did ferociously wish to inflict as much damage as he could before he fell. His barbaric soul was ablaze, and the chants of old heroes were singing in his ears. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. As he sprang from the wall, his axe dropped an outlaw with a severed shoulder, and the terrible backhand return crushed the skull of another. Swords whined venomously about him, but death passed him by breathless margins. The Cimmerian moved in, a blur of blinding speed. He was like a tiger among baboons as he leaped, sidestepped, and spun, offering an ever-moving target, while his axe wove a shining wheel of death about him. For a brief space, the assassins crowded him fiercely, raining blows blindly and hampered by their own numbers. Then they gave back suddenly. 2 corpses on the floor gave mute evidence of the king's fury, though Conan himself was bleeding from wounds on arm, neck, and legs. "Knaves!" screamed Ronaldo, dashing off his feathered cap, his wild eyes glaring. "Do ye shrink from the combat? Shall the despot live? Out on it!" He rushed in, hacking madly, but Conan, recognizing him, shattered his sword with a short, terrific chop, and with a powerful push of his own open hand sent him reeling to the floor. The king took Ascalante's point in his left arm, and the outlaw barely saved his life by ducking and springing backward from the swinging axe. Again, the wolves swirled in, and Conan's axe sang and crushed. A hairy rascal stooped beneath its stroke and dived at the king's legs, but after wrestling for a brief instant at what seemed a solid iron tower, glanced up in time to see the axe falling, but not in time to avoid it. In the interim, one of his comrades lifted a broadsword, and both hands and hewed through the king's left shoulder plate, wounding the shoulder beneath. In an instant, Conan's cuirass was full of blood. Valmana, flinging the attackers right and left in his savage impatience, came plowing through and hacked murderously at Conan's unprotected head. Okay, so this guy is team killing. He's team killing. Friendly fire. Valmona like knocking back his own men to try and get to Conan. This is something I'd imagine the Mountain does. The king ducked deeply, and the sword shaved off a lock of his black hair as it whistled above him. Conan pivoted on his heel and struck in from the side. The axe crunched through the steel cuirass, and Valmona crumpled with his whole left side caved in. It's called excited. Yeah, Valmona is like Russian. Leroy Jenkins. Old meme is old, but this is exactly what Valmona is doing. And yeah, I guess like we could like, even though it's over the top violence. It's one man taking down 20, but we also got to remember Robert Baratheon fought 3 battles in one day and won all of them. Full on battles, not him personally, him and his army, but we see again the building blocks of what would be Robert Baratheon are here in Conan. Valmona, gasped Conan breathlessly. I'll know that dwarf in hell.
He straightened to meet the maddened rush of Ronaldo, who charged in wild and wide open, armed only with a dagger. Conan leapt back, lifting his axe. Ronaldo! His voice was strident with desperate urgency. Back! I would not slay you. Die, tyrant! Screamed the mad minstrel, hurling himself headlong on the king. Conan delayed the blow he was loath to deliver until it was only too late. Only when he felt the bite of the steel at his unprotected side did he strike in a frenzy of blind desperation. Ronaldo dropped with his skull shattered, and Conan reeled back against the wall, blood spurting from between the fingers which gripped his wound. In, now, and slay him, yelled Ascalante. Conan put his back against the wall and lifted his axe. He stood like an image of the unconquerable primordial, legs braced far apart, head thrust forward, one hand clutching the wall for support, the other gripping the axe on high, with the great corded muscles standing out in iron ridges and its features frozen in a death snarl of fury. His eyes blazing terribly through the mist of blood which veiled them. The men faltered, wild, criminal, and dissolute though they were, yet they came of a breed men called civilized, with a civilized background. Here was the barbarian, the natural killer. They shrank back. The dying tiger could still deal death. And yeah, a quartered animal, of course, a quartered tiger particularly, are always the most dangerous. Conan sensed their uncertainty and grinned mirthlessly and ferociously. Who dies first? He mumbled through smashed and bloody lips. Ascalante leapt like a wolf, halted almost in midair with incredible quickness, and fell prostrate to avoid the death which was hissing toward him. He frantically whirled his feet out of the way and rolled clear as Conan recovered from his missed blow and struck again. This time, the axe sank inches deep into the polished floor, close to Ascalante's revolving legs. Another misguided desperado chose this instance to charge, followed half-heartedly by his fellows. He intended killing Conan before the Cimmerian could wrench his axe from the floor, but his judgment was faulty. The red axe lurched up and crashed down, and a crimson caricature of a man catapulted back against the legs of the attackers. At that instant, a fearful scream burst from the rogues at the door as a black, misshapen shadow fell across the wall. All but Ascalante wheeled at that cry, and then, howling like dogs, they burst blindly through the door in a raving, blaspheming mob and scattered through the corridors in screaming flight. Ascalante did not look toward the door. He had eyes only for the wounded king. He supposed that the noise of the fray had at last roused the palace, and the loyal guards were upon him, though even in that moment it seemed strange that his hardened rogues should scream so terribly in their flight. Conan did not look toward the door because he was watching the outlaw with the burning eyes of a dying wolf. In this extremity, Ascalante's cynical philosophy did not desert him. All seems to be lost, particularly honor, he murmured. However, the king is dying on his feet, and whatever cogitation might have passed through his mind is not to be known. For leaving the sentence uncompleted, he ran lightly at Conan, just as the Cimmerian was perforce employing his axe arm to wipe the blood from his blinded eyes. So, this experience with the oh, cool. So it helps that, yes, this is canonically the first Conan story. So it's good that this is your first experience with it, because yeah. This was the first Conan story proper. Again, it comes after Robert E. Howard had been writing the Tales of Culls, so not to say that there's no continuance, but this is the first of what would become many Conan stories later on. But even as he began his charge, there was a strange rushing in the air, and a heavy weight struck terrifically between his shoulders. He was dashed headlong, and great talons sank agonizingly in his flesh. Writhing desperately beneath his attacker, he twisted his head about and stared into the face of nightmare and lunacy. Upon him crouched a great black thing, which he knew was born in no sane or human world. Its slavering black fangs were near his throat, and the glare of its yellow eyes shriveled his limbs as a killing wind shrivels young corn. The hideousness of its face transcended mere bestiality. It might have been the face of an ancient evil mummy quickened with a demonic life. In these abhorrent features, the outlaw's dilated eyes seemed to see, like a shadow in the madness that enveloped him, a faint and terrible resemblance to the slave Tothamon. Then Ascalante's cynical and all-sufficient philosophy deserted him, and with a ghastly cry, he gave up the ghost before those slavering fangs touched him. So, okay, yeah, so the shadow baby thing that so in the same way that when the shadow baby kills Renly, and Brienne swears that it has the face of Stannis Baratheon, Stannis being the one to give his seed and soul to Melisandre, and that being the thing to birth the shadow baby. Well, here, Tothamon, the Stygian slave, is the one who summons this thing, and despite all of its monstrous features, when Ascalante does get a good eye on it, he swears that its features look like Tothamon. Conan, shaking the blood drops from his eyes, stared frozen. At first, he thought it was a great black hound which stood above Ascalante's distorted body. Then, as his sight cleared, he saw that it was neither a hound nor a baboon. With a cry that was like an echo of Ascalante's death shriek, he reeled away from the wall and met the leaping horror with a cast of his axe that had behind it all the desperate power of his electrified nerves. The flying weapon glanced singing from the slanting skull it should have crushed, and the king was hurled halfway across the chamber by the impact of the giant body. The slavering jaws closed on the arm Conan flung up to guard his throat, but the monster made no effort to secure a death grip. Over his mangled arm, it glared fiendishly into the king's eyes, in which there began to be mirrored a likeness of the horror which stared from the dead eyes of Ascalante. Conan felt his soul shrivel and begin to be drawn out of his body, to drown in the yellow wells of cosmic horror which glimmered spectrally in the formless chaos that was growing about him and engulfing all life and sanity. Those eyes grew and became gigantic, and in them the Cimmerian glimpsed the reality of the abysmal and blasphemous horrors that lurk in the outer darkness of formless voids and nighted gulfs. He opened his bloody lips to shriek his hate and loathing, but only a dry rattle burst from his throat. But the horror that paralyzed and destroyed Ascalante roused in the Cimmerian a frenzied fury akin to madness. With a volcanic wrench of his whole body, he plunged backward, heedless of the agony of his torn arm, dragging the monster bodily with him. And his outflung hand struck something his dazed fighting brain recognized as the hilt of his broken sword. Instinctively, he gripped it and struck with all the power of nerve and thew as a man stabs with a dagger. The broken blade sank deep, and Conan's arm was released as the abhorrent mouth gaped as in agony. The king was hurled violently aside, and lifting himself on one hand, he saw, as one mazed, the terrible convulsions of the monster from which thick blood was gushing through the great wound his broken blade had torn. And as he watched, its struggle ceased, and it lay jerking spasmodically, staring upward with its grisly dead eyes. Conan blinked and shook the blood from his own eyes. It seemed to him that the thing was melting and disintegrating into a slimy, unstable mass. Then a medley of voices reached his ears, and the room was thronged with the finally roused people of the court. Knights, peers, ladies, men-at-arms, counselors, all babbling and shouting and getting in one another's way. The black dragons were on hand, wild with rage, swearing and ruffling, with their hands on their hilts and foreign oaths in their teeth. Of the young officer of the door guard, nothing was seen, nor was he found then or later, though earnestly sought after. "The guard is here, you old fool," cavalierly snaped Palantides, commander of the Black Dragons, forgetting Publius's rank in the stress of the moment. "Best stop your caterwauling and aid us to bind the king's wounds. He's like to bleed to death." "Yes, yes," cried Publius, who was a man of plans rather than action. "We must bind his wounds. Send for every leech of the court. Oh, my lord, what a black shame on the city. Are you entirely slain?" "Wine," gasped the king from the couch where they laid him. They put a goblet in his bloody lips, and he drank like a man half dead of thirst. "Good," he grunted. He grunted. "Good," he grunted, falling back. Slaying is cursed dry work. They had staunched the flow of blood, and the innate vitality of the barbarian was asserting itself. "See first to the dagger wound in my side," he bade the court physicians. "Rinaldo wrote me a deathly song there, and keen was the stylus." "We should have hanged him long ago," gibbered Publius. "No good can come of poets. Who is this?" He nervously touched Ascalante's body with his sandaled toe. "By Mitra, really ejaculated? Okay. Ejaculated the commander. "It is Ascalante, one Count of Thun. What devil's work brought him up from his desert haunts?" "But why does he stare so?" whispered Publius, drawing away his own eyes wide and peculiar pricking among the short hairs at the back of his fat neck. The others fell silent as they gazed at the dead outlaw. "Had you seen what he and I saw," growled the king, sitting up despite the protests of the leeches, "you had not wondered. Blast your own gaze by looking at it." He stopped short, his mouth gaping, his finger pointing fruitlessly. Where the monster had died, only the bare floor met his eyes. "Crom," he swore, "the things melted back into the foulness which bore it." "The king is delirious," whispered a noble. Conan heard and swore with barbaric oaths. "By Bod, Morgan, Macha, and Maine," he concluded wrathfully, "I am sane. It was like a cross between a Stygian mummy and a baboon. It came through the door, and Ascalante's rogues fled before it. It slew Ascalante, who was about to run me through. Then it came upon me, and I slew it. How I not know, for my axe glanced from it as from a rack. But I think that the sage Epimetheus had a hand in it." "Hark, now he names Epimetheus, dead for 1,500 years, they whispered to each other. "By Ymir," thundered the king, "this night I talked with Epimetheus. He called to me in my dreams, and I walked down a black stone corridor carved with old gods to a stone... This night I talked with Epimetheus. He called to me in my dreams, and I walked down a black stone corridor carved with old gods to a stone stair on the steps of which were the outlines of Sept, until I came to a crypt and a tomb with a phoenix carved on it." Okay, so sometime back, I did a stream called A Coffin for a Kraken, where I was talking about the black coffin of Nephren-Ka. And we were going to get to that because I was going to read Fane of the Black Pharaoh. For Fane of the Black Pharaoh was our final story. But we're getting there a lot early. I forgot about this part in this Conan story. So that whole line that Conan just said, everything he just said, you just you take the whole line. You just take out certain words,
replace them with things that are more of a Song of Ice and Fire nature, but you can imagine the exact same scene happening. This could be Euron stumbling upon something. This could be Jon going down into the crypts beneath Winterfell. But yeah, a corridor of black stone carved with old gods, coming to a crypt and a tomb. Now, I compared the black coffin of Nephren-Ka to what I believe would be housing the spirit, if not the body, of evil Azor Ahai. This is something I talk about when I go way, way out into the weeds with David Lightbringer, and we talk about Bloodstone Emperor and Night's King and Azor Ahai, but as an evil Azor Ahai, and Eldritch Shadow Chaser and all that. Like, what lies at the heart of winter, right? And my theory that I come up with is it's going to be something akin to the black coffin of Nephren-Ka. Doesn't literally have to be a black coffin, but I think it's going to be something that serves the same narrative purpose. And what I envisioned it is as a sort of weirwood prison, which we have basis for because of Bloodraven. Bloodraven, wrapped up in the weeds, in the roots, not the weeds, the roots of the weirwood, sort of on a weirwood throne, but really being more in like a weirwood prison, hooked up to the weirwood system that's giving him life. I imagine that somewhere in the hearts of winter, we're going to find something similar. And I think what's going to be there is going to be this weirwood throne that also serves secondarily as a weirwood prison, possibly some kind of body there, maybe it's just a skeleton. But that is going to be the remains of Night's King, Bloodstone Emperor, Azor Ahai, one of the three, maybe all of them if they all turn out to be the same person. If all the stories that were given are just different cultural retellings of the same story. But yeah, and here we get another basis for this in Conan. So it's just a question of what are we going to see when Jon goes down to the crypts, which I think is going to happen, when Euron goes to the top of the high tower, which is probably going to happen, when somebody, whether it be Jon or Dany or Bran, just looking through a weirwood tree, when they see what lies in the heart of winter. George has said, when we get Winds of Winter, we're going to go further north than we've ever been before, going all the way back to the first book, when Bran sees into the heart of winter and screams. What did he see? I think it's going to be whatever it is, whatever that thing is that lays in the heart of winter, that lays in the heart of darkness, is going to be something very reminiscent of what Conan just described. I say his name and he appears, just like the devil himself. Dave, I was just talking about you. I was just talking about us coughing for a kraken, because where I am in the story, Conan just came on something that I think is going to be very similar to what Jon will come across it when he goes down into the crypts. It's like we time traveled all the way back in time to my very first stream with you when we were talking about Crypts of Winterfell. Well, it's here. It's here in Conan because of a sorcerer from Stygia. So, in Mitra's name, Lord King, be silent. It was the high priest of Mitra who cried out, and his countenance was ashen. Conan threw up his head like a lion tossing back his mane, and his voice was thick with the growl of the angry lion. Am I a slave to shut my mouth at your command? Nay, nay, my lord. The high priest was trembling, but not through fear of the royal wrath. I meant no offense. He bent his head close to the king and spoke in a whisper that carried only to Conan's ears. My lord, this is a matter beyond human understanding. Only the inner circle of the priestcraft know of the black stone corridor carved in the black heart of Mount Golomera by unknown hands,
or of the phoenix-guarded tomb where Epimetheus was laid to rest 1,500 years ago. And since that time, no living man has entered it, for his chosen priests, after placing the sage in the crypt, blocked up the outer entrance of the corridor so that no man could find it. And today, not even the high priests know where it is. Only by word of mouth, handed down by the high priest to the chosen few, and jealously guarded, does the inner circle of Mitra's acolytes know of the resting place of Epimetheus and the black heart of Golemyra. It is one of the mysteries on which Mitra's cult stands. And once again, it's like exactly what I described here, right? What lays at the heart of winter is probably going to be this sort of weirwood prison to this figure. Night's King, Bloodstone Emperor, Azor Ahai, one of them, if not all three of them. Like I said, again, possibly if they're all the same person, if they're all different figures, I don't know. I said cultural retellings of the same story is a thing that happens all throughout history. So Night's King being like the northern Westeros version of a far eastern tale from the Great Empire of the Dawn could very much be a thing. Just in the way that like Noah and Gilgamesh both have flood myths. But I brought it up in Black Coffin, and I'm standing by it. Like, what lays at the heart of winter is probably the prison of an evil Azor Ahai figure from centuries, if not millennia back. Yes, I'm in my little apothecary kitchen right now. And yeah, and that is why, like, I gave Epimetheus, when we read his lines, I made him out to be like a Bloodraven figure, because he is. Gifting Conan that Phoenix sword would be like Bloodraven handing off Dark Sister to Bran when he leaves the cave, even if it's Mira being the one who actually wields it. I cannot say by what magic Epimetheus brought me to him, answered Conan, but I talked with him, and he made a mark on my sword. Why that mark made it deadly to demons, or what magic lay behind the mark, I know not. But though the blade broke on Grommel's helmet, yet the fragment was enough to kill the horror. See, so this is exactly like Valyrian steel killing White Walkers. There's another reason why Bran leaving the cave with Dark Sister makes so much sense. We're going to need to gather as many Valyrian steel swords as we can. But Epimetheus here gifted Conan with not a new sword. Again, it was Conan's sword, but he gave his sword a power-up which allowed it to slay demons. And that demon was literally a shadow baby. Let me see your sword, whispered the high priest from a throat gone suddenly dry. Conan held out the broken weapon, and the high priest cried out and fell to his knees. Mitra, guard us against the powers of darkness, he gasped. The king has indeed talked with Epimetheus this night. There on the sword, it is the secret sign none might make of him, the emblem of the immortal phoenix, which broods forever over his tomb. A candle. Quick, look again at the spot where the king said the goblin died. It lay in the shade of a broken screen. They threw the screen aside and bathed the floor in a flood of candlelight, and a shuddering silence fell over the people as they looked. Then some fell on their knees calling on Mitra, and some fled screaming from the chamber. There on the floor where the monster had died, there lay, like a tangible shadow, a broad dark stain that could not be washed out. The thing had left its outline clearly etched in its blood, and that outline was of no being of a sane and normal world. Grim and horrific, it brooded there, like the shadow cast by one of the apish gods that squat on the shadowy altars of dim temples in the dark land of Stygia. And that is the Phoenix on the sword. And you can see, like,
so much influence from this story came into A Song of Ice and Fire. Shadow babies. Even this new thing that we're getting of Aegon the Conqueror's prophecy, and how do you read the prophecy on the dagger? You have to hold it to candle flame. And how is it that we see the sign from Stygia? You have to light it with candle flame. Like, Conan had way, as much as Lovecraft had an effect on George's writing, as much as Elric and Melniboné, as much as Tolkien, there is so much Conan in it. And yeah, it's great that I'm glad I settled on doing a Conan story rather than just the Blackstone. The Blackstone is another great Robert E. Howard, but it's not a Conan story, so it would not have cast a light as well as just how much of Howard's shadow looms over A Song of Ice and Fire than with doing a good old fashioned Conan the Barbarian story. Thank you. Yes. Tim Foyle is the new catchphrase here. So we will move on. So that is our second story down. This is going to be a long stream. I figured it would be. But we will move right on to our next story. So we did Masque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. We just finished Phoenix on the Sword by Robert E. Howard. And now we are moving on to The Haunter in the Dark by H.P. Lovecraft. So let me just... This one is on the Kindle, so... There we go. Okay, so... And... There we go. Let's make this full screen. Okay, cool. Bear with me. Here we go. Okay. Why aren't you drinking, Tim? I am drinking, but I'm not drinking alcohol. I'm drinking tea because I want to try and preserve my voice as much as I can to get through all of these stories. So that's the first green tea down, and now I got a second one, and water and ginger ale. So, Haunter of the Dark. Okay. So there's a story to be told about Haunter of the Dark before we go in. A bit of history. So I had said when in Lovecraft's circle of friends, you said you're going to be too hungover. I didn't say hungover. I said I wasn't going to have a voice left, probably. Although I might, maybe after the stream, when I go have my cake, I'll have some beers with it too. Okay, but anyway, what I was getting at. So Haunter of the Dark is actually part of a trilogy. So I said in Lovecraft's circle of friends, he had a lot of pen pals. They exchanged letters. Robert E. Howard was one. Another one of his pen pals is this Robert Bloch, which this story is dedicated to. And we will read a Robert Bloch story after that. Robert Bloch most famously wrote Psycho, the novel that would become the Alfred Hitchcock movie with Norman Bates. Well, 20 to 25 years before Robert Bloch would write Psycho, he was writing Lovecraft tales. And when he was 16, Robert Bloch sent a fan letter to Lovecraft. And Lovecraft wrote back to him and encouraged Robert Bloch, like, hey, write. If you got ideas, write them. I'd love to hear them. So then what happened is Robert Bloch wrote to Lovecraft and asked for Lovecraft's permission to kill a Lovecraftian character. And Lovecraft gave him permission. He gave him his blessing. So Robert Bloch wrote the story, The Shambler the Shambler from the Stars. And Lovecraft read it, loved it, and decided to keep it going. So, as a sort of joke, he writes a sequel to Shambler from the Stars, which is this Haunter of the Dark, and he names the main character Robert Blake after Robert Bloch. So, and then, unfortunately, 2 years after he wrote the story, Lovecraft passed. And Lovecraft's passing was a huge blow to Robert Bloch. But Robert Bloch would continue the trilogy. And let me just make sure I'm getting my facts right on this one. Okay, yeah. So in 1950, so 13 years after Lovecraft's death, Robert Bloch would come back and write a sequel to this, ending the trilogy with The Shadow in the Steeple. The other thing is that this is 1950, so 5 years after World War II ends. So now we are in the midst of the Cold War that he is writing this. Hiroshima and Nagasaki have happened. The Soviets now have the bomb. So what Robert Bloch does in Shadow Over the Steeple is he takes Lovecraftian horror and now he adds the existential dread of nuclear Armageddon to it. And he takes the chaos god from Lovecraft, Nyarlathotep, and gives him nukes as if Nyarlathotep wasn't dangerous enough. So the trilogy, like, it takes like the worst fear. It takes Lovecraftian cosmic horror and then embodies it with Cold War era nuclear Armageddon. So this is the second of this 3 stories. So first one, Robert Bloch. Second by Lovecraft. Third, years after Lovecraft's death, Robert Bloch comes back and ties it all up. And then 9 years after writing Shadow Over the Steeple, Robert Bloch will release Psycho, which is by far his most famous work. And then in between all of that, he would also write another story, another sort of mini sequel to Haunter of the Dark, where he'll take a lot of the themes that Lovecraft brought forward in this story and take it a step further. So Haunter of the Dark is where we get our introductions to Nephren-Ka, the Black Pharaoh. Just as Conan is the building blocks of what would be Robert Baratheon, Nephren-Ka, the Black Pharaoh, is very much the building blocks of George's Bloodstone Emperor legend. And then Robert Bloch takes it even further in Fane of the Black Pharaoh, which will be the 4th story we read, to the point where I think George just sort of straight up plagiarized it. Like, you take Fane of the Black Pharaoh and just replace the word Pharaoh with Emperor, and you basically have the Bloodstone Emperor legend. And it gives me ideas of where George might be headed with that. And it's also important, too, when I get to Fane of the Black Pharaoh, that I brought up the 2 missing continents of Atlantis and Mu, and related them back like to the Stepstones and stuff, because all that's going to come forward. Another thing that we get introduced in Haunter of the Dark is the Church of Starry Wisdom. George, again, straight up lifts that. Just like he lifted names like Lang and Kadath and Carcosa, he straight up lifts the Church of Starry Wisdom. And he makes it so in his legendarium, the Bloodstone Emperor was the first priest of the Church of Starry Wisdom, and that this church has followings in port towns all over the known world. Church of Starry Wisdom, straight from Lovecraft. Haunter of the Dark is where it is first mentioned. So we're just going to go straight into this. Dedicate it to Robert Bloch. I have seen the dark universe yawning where the black planets roll without aim, where they roll in their horror unheeded, without knowledge or luster or name. Nemesis. Cautious investigators will hesitate to challenge the common belief that Robert Blake
was killed by lightning or by some profound nervous shock derived from an electrical discharge. It is true that the window he faced was unbroken, but nature has shewn herself capable of many freakish performances. The expression on his face may easily have arisen from some obscure muscular source unrelated to anything he saw, while the entries in his diary are clearly the result of a fantastic imagination aroused by certain local superstitions and by certain old matters he had uncovered. As for the anomalous conditions at the deserted church on Federal Hill, the shrewd analyst is not slow in attributing them to some charlatanry, conscious or unconscious, with at least some of which Blake would secretly connect it. For after all, the victim was a writer and painter, wholly devoted to the field of myth, dream, terror, and superstition, and avid in his quest for scenes and effects of a bizarre, spectral sort. His earlier stay in the city, a visit to the strange old man as deeply given to occult and forbidden lore as he, had ended amidst death and flame, and it must have been some morbid instinct which drew him back from his home in Milwaukee. He may have known of the old stories despite his statements to the contrary in the diary, and his death may have nipped in the bud some stupendous hoax destined to have a literary reflection. Are we not talking about imagining some reptile? Am I missing something? Some reptile? What is it about a reptile, Tommy? Or, you know, Milwaukee to be like. All right. If there's chats going on in the chat that I'm not aware of while I'm reading, that's fine. Just as long as no one's saying terrible things. And I yes, I do rely on you mods in case that what's his face comes back from the last time. Among those, however, who have examined and correlated all this evidence, there remain several who cling to less rational and commonplace theories. Yeah, because there are. Oh no, it's cool. It's cool. It's just that I know, especially when I do these Lovecraft readings, again because of the type of super racist that Lovecraft was, people see that for some reason people see that as a green light to come in saying some things, and it's like, look, just because I'm a Lovecraft fan does not mean I agree with the man's personal views. I just enjoy his literature. Does not give anyone the green light to go dropping N-bombs here, okay? That ain't having that shit. Among those, however, who have examined and correlated all this evidence, there remain several who cling to less rational and commonplace theories. They are inclined to take much of Blake's diary at its face value and point significantly to certain facts, such as the undoubted genuineness of the old church record, the verified existence of the disliked and unorthodox Starry Wisdom sect prior to 1877, the recorded disappearance of an inquisitive reporter named Edwin M. Lillibridge in 1893, and above all, the look of monstrous, transfiguring fear on the face of the young writer when he died. It was one of these believers who moved to fanatical extremes, threw into the bay the curiously angled stone and its strangely adorned metal box found in the old church steeple, the black windowless steeple, and not the tower where Blake's diary said those things originally were. Though widely censored both officially and unofficially, this man, a reputable physician with a taste for odd folklore, averred that he had rid the earth of something too dangerous to rest upon it. Between these two schools of opinion, the reader must judge for himself. The papers have given the tangible details from a skeptical angle, leaving for others the drawing of the picture as Robert Blake saw it, or thought he saw it, or pretended to see it. Now, studying the diary closely, dispassionately, and at leisure, let us summarize the dark chain of events from the expressed point of view of their chief actor. Young Blake returned to Providence in the winter of 1934 to 1935, taking the upper floor of a venerable dwelling in a grassy court off College Street. on the crest of the great eastward hill near the Brown University campus and behind the marble John Hay Library. It was a cozy and fascinating place in a little garden oasis of village-like antiquity where huge, friendly cats sunned themselves atop a convenient shed. Because Lovecraft loved cats more than he loves people, and I totally understand that mindset. The square... Where are you? Where are my kitties? None of them's come down. The square Georgian house had a monitor roof, classic doorway with fan carving, small paned windows, and all the other earmarks of early 19th century workmanship. Inside were 6 paneled doors, wide floorboards, a curving colonial staircase, white Adam period mantels, and a rear set of rooms 3 steps below the general level. Excuse me. 1 second, I just need a drink. Blake's study, a large southwest chamber, overlooked the front garden on one side, while its west windows, before one of which he had his desk, faced off from the brow of the hill and commanded a splendid view of the lower town's outspread roofs and of the mystical sunsets that flamed behind them. On the far horizon were the open countryside's purple slopes. Against these, some 2 miles away, rose the spectral hump of Federal Hill, bristling with huddled roofs and steeples whose remote outlines wavered mysteriously, taking fantastic forms as the smoke of the city swirled up and enmeshed them. Blake had a curious sense that he was looking upon some unknown ethereal world, which might or might not vanish in dream if ever he tried to seek it out and enter it in person. Having sent home for most of his books, Blake bought some antique furniture suitable to his quarters and settled down to write and paint, living alone and attending to the simple housework himself. His studio was in a north attic room where the panes of the monitor roof furnished admirable lighting. During that first winter, he produced 5 of his best-known short stories: The Burrow Beneath, The Stairs in the Crypt, Shagai, and The Fail of Panoth, and The Feaster from the Stars. Yes, these are all actual Robert Bloch stories that he just named. And painted 7 canvases, studies of nameless, unhuman monsters and profoundly alien, non-terrestrial landscapes. At suns, so just in the way that like George gives like tips of the hat to a lot of the writers, where he'll straight up pull out names again, like Lang and Carcosa. Giving those nods, those Easter eggs for people like me who love these stories to pick up on. Lovecraft did the same with his own friends. So he straight up name dropped 5 Robert Bloch stories while naming his main character Robert Blake. At sunset, he would often sit at his desk and gaze dreamily off at the outspread west, the dark towers of Memorial Hall just below, the Georgian courthouse belfry, the lofty pinnacles of the downtown section, and that shimmering spire-crowned mound in the distance, whose unknown streets and labyrinthine gables so potently provoked his fancy. And I do just want to add, like, when you really pick up, once you start, like, really looking into Lovecraft stories, how much of this literature, all this cosmic horror that's been so inspiring for so many later writers, and yet so much of it was an in-joke between Lovecraft and his friends. It's like, I was like, oh, that was a joke that got out of control, and now we have Guillermo del Toro making fantastic movies. From his few local acquaintances, he learned that the far-off slope was a vast Italian quarter, though most of the houses were remnants of older Yankee and Irish days. Now and then he would train his field glasses on that spectral, unreachable world beyond the curling smoke. Oh, yeah, and I do want to point out, and yeah, George does the same.
The best example I can think of offhand is when the giant 1/1 kills Sir Patrick, who has a sigil that looks like the Dallas Cowboys logo, and that's because George is a fan of the New York Giants, and his friend, who's also named Patrick, is a Dallas Cowboys fan. So it's all just one big football joke. And it's like, oh, George, like, I don't know how many nerds are going to pick up on the football stuff. Now, if you put basketball stuff, then we'd be calling on David Lightbringer to be pointing that out. Now and then he would train his field glasses on that spectral, unreachable world beyond the curling smoke, picking out individual roofs and chimneys and steeples, and speculating upon the bizarre and curious mysteries that they might house. Even with optical aid, Federal Hill seemed somehow alien, half fabulous, and linked to the unreal, intangible marvels of Blake's own tales and pictures. The feeling would persist long after the hill had faded into the violet lamp-starred twilight, and the courthouse floodlights and the red industrial trust beacon had blazed up to make the night grotesque. Sports in my fantasy story. It's more likely than you think. Of all the distant objects on Federal Hill, a certain huge dark church most fascinated Blake. It stood out with special distinctness at certain hours of the day, and at sunset the great tower and tapering steeple loomed blackly against the flaming sky. It seemed to rest on especially high ground, for the grimly facade and the obliquely seen north side with sloping roof and the tops of great pointed windows rose boldly above the tangle of surrounding ridgepoles and chimney pots. Peculiarly grim and austere, it appeared to be built of stone, stained and weathered with the smoke and storms of a century and more. The style, so far as the glass could shew, was that earliest experimental form of Gothic revival which preceded the stately Upjohn period and held over some of the outlines proportions of the Georgian age. Perhaps it was reared around 1810 or 1815. As months passed, Blake watched the far-off, forbidding structure with an oddly mounting interest. Since the vast windows were never lighted, he knew that it must be vacant. The longer he watched, the more his imagination worked, till at length he began to fancy curious things. He believed that a vague, singular aura of desolation hovered over the place, so that even the pigeons and swallows shunned its smoky eaves. Around other towers and belfries, his glass would reveal great flocks of birds, but here they never rested. At least, that is what he thought and set down in his diary. He pointed the place out to several friends, but none of them had even been on Federal Hill or possessed the faintest notion of what the church was or had been. Yeah, so, all right, so apply this to A Song of Ice and Fire, right? No birds, no animals, like nature itself refuses to touch this church. And we feel that we get that with places like Ashai and places like Yeen, which are built from the oily black stone. Like Yeen, the forest of Sithorio stops. The jungle just comes to a dead stop, as if the trees just refuse to reclaim it, and we're just going to leave that alone. And then Ashai, no wildlife. Animals don't last long. No children in Ashai, like all of that. And here we're seeing like this church, this black church, Blackstone Church, the same thing is happening. It's like nothing wants to go near it. No people, no animals. The birds will not roost on this building like they would any other building in the area. In the spring, a deep restlessness gripped Blake. He had begun his long-planned novel based on a supposed survival of the witch cult in Maine, but was strangely unable to make progress with it.
More and more he would sit at his westward window and gaze at the distant hill and the black frowning steeple shunned by the birds. When the delicate leaves came out on the garden boughs, the world was filled with a new beauty, but Blake's restlessness was merely increased. It was then that he first thought of crossing the city and climbing bodily up that fabulous slope into the smoke-wreathed world of Dream. Late in April, just before the eon-shadowed Walpurgis time, Blake made his first trip into the unknown. Walpurgis! Oh, Walpurgis. What? Hey, Dave, you're here. Do you remember what Walpurgis has to do? It's the importance to witches. Walpurgis Nacht, the eve of the Christian feast. Oh yeah, okay. So this is known for pagan rituals, witchcrafts, bonfires. All right, yep. So yeah, late in April. Yep. Okay. Oh, you don't know? Oh damn! I thought maybe you know. Okay. Well, other people in chat know. Okay. Yeah. Walpurgis. It has to do with pagan ritual. It's late April, early May. It's from Norse. Yeah, it's true. So yeah, okay, and yeah, because it just made me think of it because they just mentioned Walpurgis and they were just talking about how his next novel is supposed to be about a witch cult. So yeah, plodding through the endless downtown streets and the bleak, decayed squares beyond, he came finally upon the ascending avenue of century-worn steps, sagging Doric porches, and Blair-paned cupolas, which he felt must lead up to the long-known, unreachable world beyond the mists. There were dingy blue and white street signs which meant nothing to him, and presently he noted the strange, dark faces of the drifting crowds and the foreign signs over curious shops in brown, decade-weathered buildings. Nowhere could he find any of the objects he had seen from afar, so that once more he half fancied that the federal hill of that distant view was a dream world, never to be trod by living human feet. And you notice too, like we just saw in the last Conan story, when describing things from Stygia, and now with Robert Blake here, describing things around this church, the language, it's always dark and misty and foreboding. It always leads you back to thinking of others, of White Walkers. Now and then, a battered church facade or crumbling spire came in sight, but never the blackened pile that he sought. When he asked a shopkeeper about a great stone church, the man smiled and shook his head, though he spoke English freely. As Blake climbed higher, the region seemed stranger and stranger, with bewildering mazes of brooding brown alleys leading eternally off to the south. He crossed 2 or 3 broad avenues and once thought he glimpsed a familiar tower. Again, he asked a merchant about the massive church of stone, and this time he could have sworn that the plea of ignorance was feigned. The dark man's face had a look of fear which he tried to hide, and Blake saw him make a curious sign with his right hand. Then suddenly, a black spire stood out against the cloudy sky on his left, above the tiers of brown roofs lining the tangled southerly alleys. Blake knew at once what it was and plunged toward it through the squalid, unpaved lanes that climbed from the avenue. Twice he lost his way, but he somehow dared not ask any of the patriarchs or housewives who sat on their doorsteps, or any of the children who shouted and played in the mud of the shadowy lanes. At last he saw the tower plain against the southwest, and a huge stone bulk rose darkly at the end of an alley. Presently, he stood in a wind-swept open square, quaintly cobblestone, with a high bank wall on the farther side. This was the end of his quest, for upon the wide iron-railed, weed-grown plateau which the wall supported, a separate, lesser world raised fully 6 feet above the surrounding streets, there stood a grim Titan bulk whose identity, despite Blake's new perspective, was beyond dispute. The vacant church was in a state of great decrepitude. Some of the high stone buttresses had fallen, and several delicate finials lay half lost among the brown, neglected weeds and grasses. The sooty Gothic windows were largely unbroken, though many of the stone mullions were missing. Blake wondered how the obscurely painted panes could have survived so well in view of the known habits of small boys the world over. The massive doors were intact and tightly closed. Around the top of the bank wall, fully enclosing the grounds, was a rusty iron fence whose gate, at the head of a flight of steps from the square, was visibly padlocked. The path from the gate to the building was completely overgrown. Desolation and decay hung like a pall above the place, and in the birdless eaves and black ivyless walls, Blake felt a touch of the dimly sinister beyond his power to define. There were very few people in the square, but Blake saw a policeman at the northerly end and approached him with questions about the church. He was a great, wholesome Irishman, and it seemed odd that he would do little more than make the sign of the cross and mutter that people never spoke of that building. When Blake pressed him, he said very hurriedly that the Italian priests warned everybody against it, vowing that a monstrous evil had once dwelt there and left its mark. He himself had heard dark whispers of it from his father, who recalled certain sounds and rumors from his boyhood. There had been a bad sect there in the old days, an outlaw sect that called up awful things from some unknown gulf of night. It had taken a good priest to exorcise what had come, though there did be those who say they merely the light could do it. If Father O'Malley were alive, there would be many the thing he could tell, but now there was nothing to do but let it alone. It hurt nobody now, and those that owned it were dead or far away. They had run away like rats after the threatened talk in 77, when people began to mind the way folks vanished now and then in the neighborhood. Someday, the city would step in and take the property for lack of heirs, but little good would come of anybody's touching it. Better it be left alone for the years to topple, lest things be stirred that ought to rest forever in their black abyss. So, of course, we're going to go inside and just start poking around. Because why wouldn't we, right? Why would we not? If everyone's telling you, don't go near it, don't touch it, of course you're going to... After the policeman had gone, Blake stood staring at the sullen steepled pile. It excited him to find that the structure seemed as sinister to others as to him, and he wondered what grain of truth might lie behind the old tales the Bluecoat had repeated. Probably they were mere legends evoked by the evil look of the place, but even so, they were like a strange coming to life of one of his own stories. The afternoon sun came out from behind dispersing clouds, but seemed unable to light up the stained, sooty walls of the old temple that towered on its high plateau. It was odd that the green of spring had not touched the brown, withered growths in the raised, iron-fenced yard. Again, nature not reclaimed. What plant life is still around this church is dead and brown. Not even new green weeds are growing in its place. Blake found himself edging nearer the raised area and examining the bank wall and rusted fence for possible avenues of ingress. There was a terrible lure about the blackened Fane which was not to be resisted. The fence had no opening near the steps, but around on the north side were some missing bars. He could go up the steps and walk around on the narrow coping outside the fence till he came to the gap. If the people feared the place so wildly, he would encounter no interference. So that's not a good thing, Bobby. It's not a good thing that nobody is going to be around to help you. He was on the embankment and almost inside the fence before anyone noticed him. Then, looking down, he saw the few people in the square edging away and making the same sign with their right hands that the shopkeeper in the avenue had made. Several windows were slammed down, and a fat woman darted into the street and pulled some small children inside a rickety, unpainted house. The gap in the fence was very easy to pass through, and before long, Blake found himself waiting amidst the rotting, tangled growths of the deserted yard. Here and there, the worn stump of a headstone told him that there had once been burials in this field, but that, he saw, must have been very long ago. So, once again, this is knowing how much George pulls these things. This is just cementing more and more my idea of something akin to the Black Coffin, a burial mound, which we did. If you check out my in the House of the Worm stream where I read that story, that was what was at the heart of the forest, and all the death and decay was a burial mound. So again, it's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. And every time I trace back to George's literary influences, I just find more and more and more to cement that what lays at the heart of winter is going to be some kind of burial mound, probably a mix of weirwood and black stone underneath the ice. The sheer bulk of the church was oppressive now that he was close to it, but he conquered his mood and approached to try the 3 great doors in the facade. All were securely locked, so he began a circuit of the Cyclopean building in quest of some minor and more penetrable opening. Even then, he could not be sure that he wished to enter the haunt of desertion and shadow, yet the pull of its strangeness dragged him on automatically. Virgos are intellectuals. Yes. Yeah, but we don't like confrontation, Mama. I'm a Virgo. A yawning and unprotected cellar window in the rear furnished the needed departure. Peering in, Blake saw a subterranean gulf of cobwebs and dust faintly lit by the western sun's filtered rays. Debris, old barrels, and ruined boxes and furniture of numerous sorts met his eye. Though over everything lay a shroud of dust which softened all sharp outlines. The rusted remains of a hot air furnace shewed that the building had been used and kept in shape as late as mid-Victorian times. Acting almost without conscious initiative, Blake crawled through the window and let himself down to the dust-carpeted and debris-strewn concrete floor. Does that mean us Aquiaces are all jackasses? I don't know. I don't know my zodiacs well enough to know. That's something to go with Gray Area and Direwolf City about. I think they're into all that astrology stuff. Acting almost upon conscious initiative, Blake crawled through the window. Yeah, the vaulted cellar was a vast one, without partitions, and in a corner to the far right, amid dense shadows, he saw a black archway evidently leading upstairs. He felt a peculiar sense of oppression at being actually within the great spectral building, but kept it in check as he cautiously scouted about, finding a still intact barrel amid the dust and rolling it over to the open window to provide for his exit. Then, bracing himself, he crossed the wide cobweb-festooned space toward the arch. Half choked with the omnipresent dust and covered with ghostly gossamer fibers, he reached and began to climb the worn stone steps which rose into the darkness. He had no light, but groped carefully with his hands. After a sharp turn, he felt a closed door ahead, and a little fumbling revealed its ancient latch. It opened inward, and beyond it he saw a dimly illuminated corridor lined with worm-eaten paneling. Once on the ground floor, Blake began exploring in a rapid fashion. All the inner doors were unlocked so that he freely passed from room to room. The colossal nave was an almost eldritch place, with its drifts and mountains of dust over box pews, altar, hourglass pulpit, and sounding board, and its titanic ropes of cobweb stretching among the pointed arches of the gallery and entwining the clustered Gothic columns. Over all this hushed desolation, played a hideous leaden light as the declining afternoon sun sent its rays through the strange, half-blackened panes of the great apsidal windows. The paintings on those windows were so obscured by soot that Blake could scarcely decipher what they had represented, but from the little he could make out, he did not like them. The designs were largely conventional, and his knowledge of obscure symbolism told him much concerning some of the ancient patterns. The few saints depicted bore expressions distinctly open to criticism, while one of the windows seemed to shew merely a dark space with spirals of curious luminosity scattered about in it. Turning away from the windows, Blake noticed that the cobwebbed cross above the altar was not of the ordinary kind, but resembled the primordial ankh or crux ansata of shadowy Egypt. In a rear vestry room beside the apse, Blake found a rotting desk and ceiling-high shelves of mildewed, disintegrating books. Here, for the first time, he received a positive shock of objective horror, for the titles of those books told him much. They were the black, forbidden things which most sane people have never even heard of, or who have heard of only in furtive, timorous whispers. The banned and dreaded repositories of equivocal secrets and a more memorable formulae which have trickled down the stream of time from the days of man's youth and the dim, fabulous days before man was. He had himself read many of them, a Latin version of the abhorred Necronomicon, the sinister Liber of Honest, the infamous Cult de Gult de Cam de Lat, the unsprachlichen Kulten of von Junts, and old Ludwig Prim's hellish De Vermis Mysterious. But there were others he had known merely by reputation or not at all. The narcotic manuscripts, the Book of Dyson, and a crumbling volume and wholly unidentifiable characters, yet with certain symbols and diagrams shudderingly recognizable to the occult student. Clearly, the lingering local rumors had not lied. This place had once been the seat of an evil older than mankind and wider than the known universe. This is where we're going into. We're going into our classic Lovecraft territory. Anytime the Necronomicon or the unsprachlichen Karten is mentioned, shit's about to get real. In the ruined desk was a small leather-bound record book filled with entries in some odd cryptographic medium. The manuscript writing consisted of the common traditional symbols used today in astronomy and anciently in alchemy, astrology, and other dubious arts. The devices of the sun, moon, planets, aspect, and zodiacal symbols. Here massed in solid pages of text, with divisions and paragraphing suggesting that each symbol answered to some alphabetical letter. In the hope of later solving the cryptogram, Blake bore off this volume in his coat pocket. Many of the great tomes on the shelves fascinated him unutterably, and he felt tempted to borrow them at some later time. He wondered how they could have remained undisturbed so long. Was he the first to conquer the clutching, pervasive fear which had for nearly 60 years protected this deserted place from visitors? Having now thoroughly explored the ground floor, Blake plowed again through the dust of the spectral nave to the front vestibule, where he had seen a door and staircase presumably leading up to the blackened tower and steeple, objects so long familiar to him at a distance. The ascent was a choking experience, for dust lay thick, while the spiders had done their worst in this constricted place. The staircase was a spiral with high, narrow wooden treads, and now and then Blake passed a clouded window looking dizzily out over the city. Though he had seen no ropes below, he expected to find a bell or peal of bells in the tower, whose narrow, louver-boarded lancet windows his field glass had studied so often. Here he was doomed to disappointment, for when he attained the top of the stairs, he found the tower chamber vacant of chimes and clearly devoted to vastly different purposes. So
This reads like straight out, like books that Baylor the Blessed would have burned, things that Marwyn the Mage would be loving to get a hold of, things that like books like the Death of Dragons, things that Jacques and Hagar is really needs to get that key for in the Citadel so that he could steal knowledge of. Like these are the banned books. The room, about 15 feet square, was faintly lighted by 4 lancet windows, one on each side, which were glazed within their screening of decayed louver boards. These had been further fitted with tight, opaque screens, but the latter were now largely rotted away. In the center of the dust-laden floor rose a curiously angled stone pillar, some 4 feet in height and 2 in average diameter, covered on each side with bizarre, cruelly incised, and wholly unrecognizable hieroglyphs. On this pillar rested a metal box of peculiarly asymmetrical form, its hinged lid thrown back, and its interior holding what looked beneath the decade-deep dust to be an egg-shaped or irregularly spherical object some 4 inches through. Around the pillar in a rough circle were 7 high-backed Gothic chairs still largely intact, while behind them, ranging along the dark paneled walls, were 7 colossal images of crumbling, black-painted plaster, resembling more than anything else the cryptic carving megaliths of mysterious Easter Island. In one corner of the cobweb chamber, a ladder was built into the wall, leading up to the closed trap door of the windowless steeple above. As Blake grew accustomed to the feeble light, he noticed odd bas reliefs on the strange open box of yellowish metal. Approaching, he tried to clear the dust away with his hands and handkerchief, and saw that the figurines were of a monstrous and utterly alien kind, depicting entities which, though seemingly alive, resemble no known life form ever evolved on this planet. The 4-inch seeming sphere turned out to be a nearly black, red, striated polyhedron with many irregular flat surfaces. Either a very remarkable crystal or some sort, or an artificial object of carved and highly polished mineral matter. It did not touch the bottom of the box, but was held suspended by means of a metal band around its center, with 7 queerly designed supports extending horizontally to angles of the box's inner walls near the top. This stone, once exposed, exerted upon Blake an almost alarming fascination. He could scarcely tear his eyes from it, and as he looked at its glistening surfaces, he almost fancied it was transparent, with half-formed worlds of wonder within. Into his mind floated pictures of alien orbs with great stone towers, and other orbs with titan mountains and no mark of life, and still remoter spaces where only stirring and vague blacknesses told the presence of consciousness and will. So, yeah. So, for those who haven't picked up on it, this is the Shining Trapezahedron, of which I talk about so very often. This is the black stone that fell from space, that Nephren-Ka, the Pharaoh, would begin to worship and make sacrifices to. Now you apply that to Song of Ice and Fire. And this is why I said, like, I feel sometimes like George didn't just crib when he made the Bloodstone Emperor legend from Nephren-Ka. Because what does the Bloodstone Emperor do? He worships a black stone that fell from space. He casts down the old gods of the great empire to worship the stone as a new god, and he makes sacrifices to it. Nephren-Ka does the same thing. We'll get inklings of this story. It will be firmly cemented in our 4th and final tale, Fane of the Black Pharaoh, where they just come right out and say it. Exactly what Nephren-Ka did. But yes, this is where we're seeing like all of the black stone, like and the way it's even described, it's black but red, nearly black, red striated polyhedron. It's bloodstone. Picture bloodstone.
The shining trapezahedron is like a suspended bloodstone inside this very ornate metallic box. And it has the power to summon Nyarlathotep, who is a chaos god. He is one of the highest, if in the Lovecraftian pantheon of gods, he is second only to Azathoth, the blind idiot god who it said all of existence is but Azathoth's dream. So like Nyarlathotep is like as great otherish as we can get in Lovecraft. And then George also, for his part, also invokes the Azathoth thing when he says, like, some say this, the world is but a dream of a blue-eyed giant, and that's George. That's George making reference to Azathoth, the dreaming abomination, and that if he were to ever awake, all of existence and all of reality would be undone. And Nyarlathotep, for his part, he bops. There's a story where he bops Azathoth on the head. Nyarlathotep is a troll. He would gladly undo all of existence, all of reality, including himself, for the lulz. He is the ultimate troll. When he did look away, it was to notice and that's why it's and that's why it's so scary. Why in the end of the trilogy, when Robert Bloch came back and wrote Shadow over the Steeple, giving Nyarlathotep nukes because there was already this he already had the cosmic horror down between him and Lovecraft, but then he had to go and re-earth all of this in the Cold War era. And just make it so much worse for the people, for the sci-fi and horror fans living in the 50s. Like, the amount of existential dread they must have been feeling just amplified even further when Bloch introduces nukes to Nyarlathotep. When he did look away, it was to notice a somewhat singular mound of dust in the far corner near the ladder to the steeple. Just why it took his attention, he could not tell, but something in its contours carried a message to his unconscious mind. Plowing toward it and brushing aside the hanging cobwebs as he went, he began to discern something grim about it. Hand and handkerchief soon revealed the truth. Hey, Damon! 3 hours in, one of you finally decides to hop into my lap. And Blake gasped with a baffling mixture of emotions. It was a human skeleton, and it must have been there for a very long time. We're back to the burial mound, and what I think, again, building it even more and more. What is at the heart of winter? It's going to be a burial mound in a prison for a skeleton of one of these long dead figures. I swear to Crom. And it must have been there for a very long time. The clothing was in shreds, but some buttons and fragments of cloth bespoke a man's gray suit. There were other bits of evidence: shoes, metal clasps, huge buttons for round cups, a stick spin of bygone pattern, a reporter's badge with the name of the old Providence Telegram, and a crumbling leather pocketbook. Blake examined the latter with care, finding within it several bills of antiquated issue, a celluloid advertising calendar for 1893, some cards with the name Edwin M. Lillibridge, and a paper covered with penciled memoranda. This paper held much of a puzzling nature, and Blake read it carefully at the dim westward window. Its disjointed text included such phrases as the following: Professor Enoch Bowen, home from Egypt, May 1844, buys Old Free Will Church in July. His archaeological works and studies in occult well known. So, this is another one where George took liberties. So, Enoch Bowen, I've talked about this too. So, there are two characters in Lovecraft that I talked about.
Enoch Bowen, and Obed Marsh. And George takes their names and he creates the character Bowen Marsh, who is at the wall. And Bowen Marsh, the sigil of House Marsh is frogs on a yellow field. So they are symbolic squishers. So yeah, and House Marsh are vassals to House Bolton. So that has led me to believe that when Bowen Marsh leads the mutiny against Jon Snow and they stab him and they say for the watch, there's also an underlining possible motive into that because of House Marsh being vassals to the Dreadfort. And this coming after the delivery of the Pink Letter, which may or may not have been written by Ramsay. Most likely was written by Mance Rayder. But we got to remember, like, Bowen Marsh is one of those characters that flies under the radar because of this. Like, him stabbing Jon and saying it's for the watch, and with all the other mutineers, like Whittlestick and all of them. Like, they could say it's for the watch, but in the same way that when Roose Bolton stabs Robb Stark and says Jaime Lannister sends his regards, when Bowen Marsh stabs Jon and says for the watch, he may as well also be saying Ramsay Bolton sends his regards. But yeah, Bowen Marsh comes from these two characters. Enoch Bowen, who is one of the archaeologists who found the Shining Trapezahedron, and Obed Marsh, who is a character in Shadow over Innsmouth. Obed Marsh is the captain who made a deal with the Deep Ones to sacrifice the people of Innsmouth, or to give them over as mates, as to breed them in exchange for gold and fish. So yeah, so Bowen Marsh being a symbolic squisher it's George, taking two Lovecraft references and mashing them together and making his this new creation. And you also got to keep in mind too how often Bowen Marsh is slighted by Jon in the times that he comes up. So so Professor Enoch Bowen, home from Egypt, May 1844, buys Old Free Will Church in July. His archaeological work and studies in occult well known. Dr. Drown, a Fourth Baptist, warns against starry wisdom in sermon December 29th, 1844. Congregation 97 by end of 45. 1846, 3 disappearances, first mention of Shining Trapezahedron. 7 disappearances, 1848. Stories of blood sacrifice begin. Investigation 1853 comes to nothing. Stories of sounds. Father O'Malley tells of devil worship with box found in great Egyptian ruins. Says they call up something that can't exist in light. Flees a little light and banished by strong light. Then has to be summoned again. So, I'll hold the thought and we'll get further into it. Then has to be summoned again. Probably got this from deathbed confession of Francis X. Fane, who had joined Starry Wisdom in 49. These people say the Shining Trapezahedron shews them heaven and other worlds, and that the Haunter of the Dark tells them secrets in some way. Story of Orynby Eddy, 1857. They call it up by gazing at the crystal and have a secret language of their own. 200 or more in congregation, 1863, exclusive of men at front. Irish boys mobbed church in 1869 after Patrick Reagan's disappearance. Veiled article in March 14, 72, but people don't talk about it. 6 disappearances, 1876. Secret committee calls on Mayor Doyle.
Action promised February 1877. Church closes in April. Gang, federal hillboys threaten doctor and vestrymen in May. 181 persons leave city before end of 77. Mention no names. Ghost stories begin around 1880. Try to ascertain truth of report that no human being has entered church since 1877. Ask Langan for photograph of place taken 1851. Restoring the paper to the pocketbook and placing a ladder in his coat, Blake turned to look down at the skeleton in the dust. The implications of the notes were clear, and there could be no doubt but that this man had come to the deserted edifice 42 years before in quest of a newspaper sensation which no one else had been bold enough to attempt. Perhaps no one else had known of his plan. Who could tell? But he had never returned to his paper. Had some bravely suppressed fear risen to overcome him and bring on a sudden heart failure? Blake stooped over the gleaming bones and noted their peculiar state. Some of them were badly scattered, and a few seemed oddly dissolved at the ends. Others were strangely yellowed, with vague suggestions of charring. This charring extended to some of the fragments of clothing. The skull was in a very peculiar state, stained yellow, and with a charred aperture in the top, as if some powerful acid had eaten through the solid bone. What had happened to the skeleton during its 4 decades of silent entombment, here Blake could not imagine. Before he realized it, he was looking at the stone again and letting its curious influence call up a nebulous pageantry in his mind. He saw processions of robed, hooded figures whose outlines were not human, and looked on endless leagues of desert lined with carved sky-reaching monoliths. He saw towers and walls in nighted depths under the sea and vortices of space where wisps of black mist floated before thin shimmerings of cold purple haze. And beyond all else, he glimpsed an infinite gulf of darkness where solid and semi-solid forms were known only by their windy stirrings, and cloudy patterns of force seemed to superimpose order on chaos and hold forth the key to all the paradoxes and arcana of the worlds we know. Then all at once the spell was broken by an access of gnawing, indeterminate panic fear. Blake choked and turned away from the stone, conscious of some formless alien presence close to him and watching him with horrible intentness. He felt entangled with something which was not in the stone, but which had looked through it at him, something which would ceaselessly follow him with a cognition that was not physical sight. So you can see like the way glass candles work. And we're getting inklings of that from the Shining to Pasahedron. Or you can think of like Melisandre looking through the flames and seeing Bran and Bloodraven. Things that are able to pierce through the veil, like through that ether of time and space, and make their presence known. So I think, when George is talking about like the way glass candles work, I mean, for all intents and purposes, they're like cell phones for the world to allow for contact and across distance, and maybe even allow for like something like video chat. But it's also working like the way that the Shining Trapazahedron is here, at least in that context. And while George has joked about how he's like, he could just write like, then a UFO crashed and killed everyone. I don't think George is going to bring like actual aliens into the story, but he definitely has introduced it in some of the myth and legend he has created. Things like the God on Earth
going to the ruling for a 1,000 years, then ascending to the stars in its pearl palanquin. It sounds a lot like a UFO taking off. And I've talked about like how it always seems like even though we're never going to see gods on page, their presence is felt. Like it feels like R'hllor is doing things with bringing people like Dondarrion back from the dead, like Catelyn Stark back from the dead, all the things that Melisandre is doing, things that the Damp Hair sees, things that Euron's doing. It seems like just R'hllor seems to have some minimal effect on the world. Not directly, but his presence is there. The Drown God, minimal effect on the world. Not directly there, but presence is felt. The old gods, their influence is felt. The Faith of the Seven actually seems quite weak by contrast, despite being the majority religion in at least in Westeros. But still, aspects of it still fall through, especially too like we saw in Masque of the Red Death, 7 rooms. We saw here the 7 chairs were set up around the Shining Trapazahedron and the 7 monoliths behind that. And then in Conan, there was when they talked about Stygia 7, the number 7 comes up so much, and that's just all throughout history. The number 7 is just, it's such a prominent number, along with 6 and 9 and other and other things. And so there's a reason, even though the Faith of the Seven seems like, in contrast to the old gods and R'hlorism, even to the Drown God, seems to have the least amount of direct influence, it's still drawing upon that number 7 is still very, very important. So then all at once, the spell was broken by an access of gnawing, indeterminate panic fear. Blake joked and turned away from the stone. Yeah, I read this. So something was staring at him. Something which would ceaselessly follow him with a cognition that was not physical sight. Oh, just wanted to pop in and wish you a happy birthday. Do you think... I can show these. Just wanted to pop in and wish you a happy birthday. Do you think we could see Benjen tied to a weirwood in the lands of Always Winter? You know, that'd be something. I'm actually not sure how George is going to bring Benjen back, because it's said that he wrote in the margins to his editor when he introduced Cold Hands. One of his editors had wrote Benjen ? And George wrote no, which struck down. Like, now in the show, they went that route where Benjen's kind of like a Cold Hands like figure, and being a Cold Hand like figure would allow for someone to travel to the lands of Always Winter. I've talked about this with Dave too. Jon coming back from the dead might make him the perfect ranger to range as far north to get to the lands of Always Winter, because to survive in an area like that would require you to be something like Cold Hands. Or it could be seen through, or it could be Bran tapping into an ancient frozen weirwood in the far, far north that allows us to see the lands of Always Winter. Now, as for Benjen, that's the thing. Like, now, George could be, maybe, I don't know, maybe George lied. Maybe George lied when he said that Cold Hands is not Benjen. But I do think that someone, somehow is going to go to the far north, because George has said, again, he said, we are going to go further north in Winds of Winter than we've ever been before. So somehow we need to get eyes on that, whether it be someone physically going there, like Cold Hands, like a resurrected Jon, like Benjen Stark, if the children do something to him the way they did on the show that allows him to survive on that. Or it's going to be more like an astral projection of Bran seeing it through the eyes of a far northern weirwood. But good question, yeah. I'm interested to see how if and when Benjen gets brought back into the story. So plainly, this place was getting on his nerves. As well it might, in view of this gruesome find.
The light was waning too, and since he had no illuminant with him, he knew he would have to be leaving soon. It was then in the gathering twilight that he thought he saw a faint trace of luminosity in the crazily angled stone. He had tried to look away from it, but some obscure compulsion drew his eyes back. Was there a subtle phosphorescence of radioactivity about the thing? What was it that the dead man's notes had said concerning a shining trapezohedron? What, anyway, was this abandoned lair of cosmic evil? What had been done here, and what might still be lurking in the bird-shunned shadows? It seemed now as if an elusive touch of Fader had arisen somewhere close by, though its source was not apparent. Blake seized the cover of the long open box and snapped it down. It moved easily on its alien hinges and closed completely over the unmistakably glowing stone. At the sharp click of that closing, a soft stirring sound seemed to come from the steeple's eternal blackness overhead, beyond the trap door. Rats, without question, the only living things to reveal their presence in this accursed pile, since he had entered it. And yet that stirring in the steeple frightened him horribly, so that he plunged almost wildly down the spiral stairs, across the ghoulish nave, into the vaulted basement, out amidst the gathering dusk of the deserted square, and down through the teeming, fear-haunted alleys and avenues of Federal Hill, toward the sane central streets and the home-like brick sidewalks of the college district. During the days which followed, Blake told no one of his expedition. Instead, he read much in certain books, examined long years of newspaper files downtown, and worked feverishly at the cryptogram in that leather volume from the cobweb vestry room. The cipher, he soon saw, was no simple one, and after a long period of endeavor, he felt sure that its language could not be English, Latin, Greek, French, Spanish, Italian, or German. Evidently, he would have to draw upon the deepest wells of his strange erudition. Every evening the old impulse to gaze westward returned, and he saw the black steeple as of yore amongst the bristling roofs of a distant and half-fabulous world. But now it held a fresh note of terror for him. He knew the heritage of evil lore it masked, and with the knowledge his vision ran riot in queer new ways. The birds of spring were returning, and as he watched their sunset flights, he fancied they avoided the gaunt lone spire as never before. When a flock of them approached it, he thought they would wheel and scatter in panic confusion, and he could guess at the wild twitterings which failed to reach him across the intervening miles. It was in June that Blake's diary told of his victory over the cryptogram. The text was, he found, in the dark Aklo language used by certain cults of evil antiquity, and known to him in a halting way through previous researches. The diary is strangely reticent about what Blake deciphered, but he was patiently awed and disconcerted by his results. There are references to a haunter of the dark, awaked by gazing into the shining trapezohedron, and insane conjectures about the black gulfs of chaos from which it was called. The being is spoken of as holding all knowledge and demanding monstrous sacrifices. Some of Blake's entries show fear lest the thing, which he seemed to regard as summoned, stalk abroad, though he adds that the streetlights form a bulwark which cannot be crossed. Of the shining trapezohedron he speaks often, calling it a window on all time and space, and tracing its history from the days it was fashioned on dark Yuggoth, before ever the old ones brought it to Earth. So we're going back to, the fungi from Yuggoth is another Lovecraft story, and the weirwoods in Georgia story act like a sort of fungus, like a cross between a fungus and a tree. Fungus and a plant, and it is drawing off of the fungi from the story Fungi of Yuggoth. And I told before, back when we were reading Conan, how did the shining trapezohedron get to Earth? Well, it was purposely
dropped by the old ones, the elder things, purposely dropped on Earth, hits Atlantis. Atlantis sinks. From there, it moves about from place to place. The deep ones will move it, and eventually it reaches Egypt, where it falls into the hands of this pharaoh. And it is buried, entombed with this pharaoh, and with no way, Egypt's a desert. Maybe deep ones can come in through the sea and go down the Nile, but after that, they're kind of screwed. Fishmen are not meant to be walking through a desert. So the Trapezohedron disappears for centuries until it is unearthed by this archaeologist mentioned before of Enoch Bowen. So it was treasured, and I said, and the shiny Trapezohedron doesn't just move from place to place, but moves from story to story, because it pops up in Conan tales in Valusia. And I said, Serpent Men of Valusia, Dragon Lords of Valyria. I see what you did, George. It was treasured and placed in its curious box by the crinoid things of Antarctica, salvaged from their ruins by the they're just right here. Salvaged from their ruins by the Serpent Men of Valusia, and peered at eons later in Lemuria by the first human beings. It crossed strange lands and stranger seas and sank with Atlantis before a Minoan fisher meshed it in his net and sold it to swarthy merchants from Night Chem. Oh, hey. We talk about squishers and who appears but the Red Kraken. The pharaoh Nephren-Ka built around it a temple with a windowless crypt, and did that which caused his name to be stricken from all monuments and records. Then it slept in the ruins of that evil Fane which the priests and the new pharaoh destroyed, till the delver spade once more brought it forth to curse mankind. Early in July, the newspapers oddly supplement Blake's entries, though in so brief and casual a way that only the diary has called general attention to their contribution. It appears that a new fear had been growing on Federal Hill since a stranger had entered the dreaded church. The Italians whispered of unaccustomed stirrings and bumpings and scrapings in the dark windowless steeple, and called on their priests to banish an entity which haunted their dreams. Something, they said, was constantly watching at a door to see if it were dark enough to venture forth. Press items mentioned the long-standing local superstitions, but failed to shed much light on the earlier background of the horror. It was obvious that the young reporters of today are no antiquarians. In writing of these things in his diary, Blake expresses a curious kind of remorse and talks of the duty of burying the shining Trapezohedron and of banishing what he had evoked by letting daylight into the hideous jutting spire. At the same time, however, he displays the dangerous extent of his fascination and admits a morbid longing, pervading even his dreams, to visit the accursed tower and gaze again into the cosmic secrets of the glowing stone. So, yeah, and this is what I'm talking about whenever I call Euron the quintessential Lovecraft character. Because when you go messing with these things like the shining Trapezohedron, even if you find a way to get away from it the first time, the way Robert Blake just shuts the door on it, leaves the church, gets out alive, it's still calling to him. It pervades his dreams. Somehow, some way, he's going to be drawn back to that church. And I've talked about Euron. Like, if Euron, right, is a failed student of Bloodraven, like, Euron has the dream that he could fly. He tells the Maester about it. The Maester says no, but then Euron says to Victarion, how do we know we can't fly? How do we know unless we take some great leap? It's like a switch was turned, right? Euron got this dream. Maybe it came from Bloodraven. Maybe it came from something else. We don't know. But something happened that turned a switch on in Euron, and he can't look back, right? It's like
You can't turn your back on that. You saw something that you probably weren't supposed to see, and now it's calling back to you. Like I said, how are you going to keep them on the farm after they've seen the lights of Paris? Euron saw that. Euron saw this phosphorescent luminosity that Lovecraft so talks about, and it's the thing that's been driving him on. But like the typical Lovecraft character, you can't go back to it. If you go chasing after it, bad things are going to happen. We already know from the very beginning of the story, it tells us Robert Blake is dead. This is his diary entries after the fact. Something's going to bring him back to that church, just in the way that something is going to make Euron do whatever it is he does, do whatever magic it is he's going to do. But I think, just like with all Lovecraftian characters, whatever he does, whatever magical item, whether it be something akin to Dragon Binder, the Horn of Winter, this blood magic whirlpool maelstrom he's doing at Old Town, eventually something's going to steamroll over Euron. George has said, again, it will not be a literal god on page, but the influence of something is going to be felt. And I think Euron is going to be body snatched. And that is what's going to lead him to being this sort of plan B Night's King figure if the others can't get Jon. Because that is the fate of every Lovecraft character. If they're not killed by what it is they go chasing after, then they are possessed by whatever it is they go chasing after. Then something in the journal on the morning of July 17th threw the diarist into a veritable fever of horror. It was only a variant of the other half-humorous items about the Federal Hill restlessness, but to Blake, it was somehow very terrible indeed. In the night, a thunderstorm had put the city's lighting system out of commission for a full hour, and in that black interval, the Italians had nearly gone mad with fright. Those living near the dreaded church had sworn that the thing in the steeple had taken advantage of the street lamp's absence and gone down into the body of the church, flopping and bumping around in a vicious, altogether dreadful way. Toward the last, it had bumped up to the tower, where there were sounds of the shattering of glass. It could go wherever the darkness reached, but light would always send it fleeing. Okay, so going back to when I paused and said, never mind, let's hold that thought for later. So the Haunter of the Dark can travel freely in darkness, but it can't stand light. Light is its weakness. So this brings me to the reason why is the sword that Azor Ahai crafts Lightbringer. Now, one, we're drawing off of course, Lucifer. Lucifer means Lightbringer. Azor Ahai as an evil figure, even though he is seen as a hero in Relorism, just as Lucifer is a fallen angel, but Lucifer in some aspects can be the hero of the story, depending on how it is written. George is also drawing off of Paradise Lost. So the Haunter of the Dark, the thing summoned by this shining black stone, weak to light. So that gives even more reasoning behind too. Why is the sword that Azor Ahai crafts, the sword that is supposed to save the world, is the light bringer? So yeah, so you see George meshing both biblical stories of Lucifer as the fallen angel, meshing Paradise Lost, but then also interweaving it with the Lovecraftian stuff. And yes, so of course, shout out to LML, David Lightbringer, who is here in the chat. But yeah, but again, I'm just going to show, like, this is what George is a master at. What I talk about with Dave a lot too, is the layers, right? The layers of writing, because it's not just one myth.
It's not just one history. It's not just one story. George takes all of these things, combines them, makes this beautiful double-decker bacon burger of lore, and crafts it and built into building his whole new world. Like everything can be true. Like you just got to follow the crumbs. But when you follow the crumbs, it eventually takes you down multiple different roads: the history road, the mythology road, and the literary road. And then you have to look at all three. You have to look at all three to get the greatest understanding of what it is. And like here, when I do these stories, like we're going down one road. We're going down the Lovecraft road, and then I rely on Dave to take us down like the mythical road, and then other people pick up on this. And then I'm also, not to toot my own horn, but I feel I'm pretty good a lot with the history road too. And it's bringing all three of those together: history, mythology, and literary influence, and looking at all three and how they interweave together. That gives you a greater understanding of what it is that George is doing, and allows you to make these inferences as to where the story is going, because you can draw it back to the influences. And also because a lot of these literary influences are drawing on the same history and mythology that George was. Like Lovecraft and Howard obviously knew their Egyptian gods. They obviously knew their Greek gods. They obviously knew their Norse gods, and they were able to mesh that into their world building. Robert Bloch does the same thing. But yeah, it takes all three. It takes all three: history, mythology, and literary to really get at like the heart and soul of A Song of Ice and Fire. And I said, not just Lovecraft, but Howard, Chambers, Moorcock, Tolkien, even in the present day, George draws upon his friends, like I said, with the Dallas Cowboys, New York Giants story. But he also makes references to his writer friends, Howlin' Reed, right? And Greywater Watch is a shout out to Howl's Moving Castle. Like George gives a lot of tips of the hats to the literary references and just stories that he loves. So yeah, so the Haunter of the Dark cannot travel through light. That's why it's so important that that the sword is called Lightbringer, or why dawn and morning and names like that are so important, because they are the light vanquishing the darkness. After the long night comes the morning, comes the dawn. That aspects of that clearly coming from Haunter of the Dark. And yeah, Memory, I'm blanking on the name. The guys who wrote Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn. I know Gray Area did that, like the Witchwood, and so like the Shade of the Evening trees are like a warlock wood. And that's drawing on the Witchwood from Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn, which is on my to-read list. There's just so many. We'd spend all day just talking about different writers that George has mentioned throughout his career. So back to the story. When the current blazed on again, there had been a shocking commotion in the tower, for even the feeble light trickling through the grime-blackened, Lavore-boarded windows was too much for the thing. It had bumped and slithered up into its tenebrous steeple just in time, for a long dose of light would have sent it back into the abyss whence the crazy stranger had called it. Oh yeah, and it's also important to mention the others. The others in the day, they're still around, but they travel as a sort of mist. But it's at night is when they seem to take physical form and become more active. And here, the Haunter of the Dark has taken advantage of that. Has taken advantage of the power outage that night to break out and run amok. So it bumped and slithered up into its tenebrous steeple just in time. For a long dose of light would have sent it back into the abyss whence the crazy stranger called it.
During the dark hour, praying crowds had clustered round the church in the rain, with lighted candles and lamps somehow shielded with folded paper and umbrellas. A guard of light to save the city from the nightmare that stalks in darkness. Once those nearest the church declared the outer door had rattled hideously. But even this was not the worst. That evening, in the bulletin, Blake read of what the reporters had found. Aroused at last to the whimsical news value of the scare, a pair of them had defied the frantic crowds of Italians and crawled into the church through the cellar window after trying the doors in vain. "Hey, boy, what you doing?" They found the dust of the vestibule and the spectral nave plowed up in a singular way, with bits of rotted cushions and satin pew linings scattered curiously around. There was a bad odor everywhere, and here and there were bits of yellow stain and patches of what looked like charring. Opening, it's because they got past the Italians. Gotta get organized. There was a bad odor everywhere. Ugh. It's also because Dave's here and he's Italian. Opening the door to the tower and pausing a moment at the suspicion of a scraping sound above, they found the narrow spiral stairs wiped roughly clean. In the tower itself, a similarly half-swept condition existed. They spoke of the heptagonal stone pillar, the overturned Gothic chairs, and the bizarre plaster images, though strangely enough, the metal box and the old mutilated skeleton were not mentioned. What disturbed Blake the most, except for the hints of stains and charring and bad odors, was the final detail that explained the crashing glass. Every one of the tower's lancet windows was broken, and two of them had been darkened in a crude and hurried way by the stuffing of satin pew linings and cushioned horsehair into the spaces between the slanting exterior lavore boards. More satin fragments and bunches of horsehair lay scattered around the newly swept floor, as if someone had been interrupted in the act of restoring the tower to the absolute blackness of its tightly curtained days. Yellowish stains and charred patches were found on the ladder to the windowless spire, but when a reporter climbed up, opened the horizontally slid trap door, and shot a feeble flashlight beam into the black and strangely fetid space, he saw nothing but darkness and a heterogeneous litter of shapeless fragments near the aperture. The verdict, of course, was charlatanry. Somebody had played a joke on the superstitious hill dwellers, or else some fanatic had striven to bolster up their fears for their own supposed good. Or perhaps some of the younger and more sophisticated dwellers had staged an elaborate hoax on the outside world. There was an amusing aftermath when the police sent an officer to verify the reports. 3 men in succession found ways of evading the assignment, and the 4th went very reluctantly and returned very soon without adding to the account given by the reporters. From this point onward, Blake's diary shows a mounting tide of insidious horror and nervous apprehension. He upbraids himself for not doing something and speculates wildly on the consequences of another electrical breakdown. It has been verified that on 3 occasions, during thunderstorms, he telephoned the electric light company in a frantic vein and asked that desperate precautions against a lapse of power be taken. Now and then his entries show concern over the failure of the reporters to find the metal box and stone and the strangely marred old skeleton when they explored the shadowy tower room. He assumed that these things had been removed. Whither and by whom or what, he could only guess. But his worst fear concerned himself and the kind of unholy rapport he felt to exist between his mind and that lurking horror in the distant steeple. That monstrous thing of night, which his rashness had called out of the ultimate black spaces. He seemed to feel a constant tugging at his will. and callers of that period remember how he would sit abstractedly at his desk and stare out the west window at that far-off, spire-bristling mound beyond the swirling smoke of the city. His entries dwell monotonously on terrible dreams and of a strengthening of the unholy rapport in his sleep. There is mention of a night when he awakened to find himself fully dressed, outdoors, and headed automatically down College Hill toward the west. Again and again, he dwells on the fact that the thing in the steeple knows where to find him. The week following July 30th is recalled as the time of Blake's partial breakdown. He did not dress and ordered all his food by telephone. Visitors remarked the cords he kept near his bed, and he said that sleepwalking had forced him to bind his ankles every night with knots which would probably uphold or else waken him with the labor of untying. In his diary, he told of the hideous experience which had brought the collapse. After retiring on the night of the 30th, he had suddenly found himself groping about in an almost black space. All he could see were short, faint, horizontal streaks of bluish light, but he could smell an overpowering fetor and hear a curious jumble of soft verted sounds above him. Whenever he moved, he stumbled over something, and at each noise there would come a sort of answering sound from above, a vague stirring mixed with a cautious sliding of wood on wood. Once his groping hands encountered a pillar of stone with a vacant top, whilst later he found himself clutching the rungs of a ladder built into the wall and fumbling his uncertain way upward towards some region of intenser stench where a hot, searing blast beat down against him. Before his eyes, a kaleidoscopic range of phantasmal images played, and all of them dissolving at intervals into the picture of a vast, unplumbed abyss of night, wherein whirled suns and worlds of an even profounder blackness. He thought of the ancient legends of ultimate chaos, at whose center sprawls the blind idiot god Azathoth, lord of all things, encircled by his flopping horde of mindless and amorphous dancers, and lulled by the thin, monotonous piping of a demonic flute held in nameless paws. Then a sharp report from the outer world broke through his stupor and roused him to the unutterable horror of his position. What it was, he never knew. Perhaps it was some belated peal from the fireworks heard all summer on Federal Hill as the dwellers hail their various patron saints, or the saints of their native villages in Italy. In any event, he shrieked aloud, dropped frantically from the ladder, and stumbled blindly across the obstructed floor of the almost lightless chamber that encompassed him. He knew instantly where he was and plunged recklessly down the narrow spiral staircase, tripping and bruising himself at every turn. There was a nightmare flight through a vast cobweb nave whose ghostly arches reached up to realms of leering shadow, a sightless scramble through a littered basement, a climb to regions of air and streetlights outside, and a mad racing down a spectral hill of gibbering gables, across a grim, silent city of tall black towers, and up the steep eastward precipice to his own ancient door. On regaining consciousness in the morning, he found himself lying on his study floor, fully dressed. Dirt and cobwebs covered him, and every inch of his body seemed sore and bruised. When he faced the mirror, he saw that his hair was badly scorched, while a trace of strange, evil odor seemed to cling to his outer clothing. It was then that his nerves broke down. Thereafter, lounging exhaustively about in a dressing gown, he did little but stare from his west window, shiver at the threat of thunder, and make wild entries in his diary. The great storm broke just before midnight on August 8th. Lightning struck repeatedly in all parts of the city, and 2 remarkable fireballs were reported. The rain was torrential, while a constant fusillade of thunder brought sleeplessness to thousands. Blake was utterly frantic in his fear for the lighting system and tried to telephone the company around 1 a.m., though by that time, service had been temporarily cut off in the interest of safety. He recorded everything in his diary, the large, nervous, and often undecipherable hieroglyphs telling their own story of growing frenzy and despair, and of entries scrawled blindly in the dark. He had to keep the house dark in order to see out the window, and it appears that most of his time was spent at his desk, peering anxiously through the rain across the glistening miles of downtown roofs at the constellation of distant lights marking Federal Hill. Now and then, he would fumblingly make an entry in his diary, so that detached phrases such as, "The lights must not go, it knows where I am, I must destroy it, and it is calling to me, but perhaps it means no injury this time," are found scattered down 2 of the pages. Then the lights went out all over the city. It happened at 2:12 a.m., according to Powerhouse records, but Blake's diary gives no indication of the time. The entry is merely, "Lights out." God help me. On Federal Hill, there were watchers as anxious as he, and rain-soaked knots of men paraded the square and alleys around the evil church with umbrella-shaded candles, electric flashlights, oil lanterns, crucifixes, and obscure charms of the many sorts common to southern Italy. They blessed each flash of lighting and made cryptical signs of fear with their right hands when a turn in the storm caused the flashes to lessen and finally to cease altogether. A rising wind blew out most of the candles, so that the scene grew threateningly dark. I am the storm, the first and last. Someone roused Father Malurzu of Spirito Santo Church, and he hastened to the dismal square to pronounce whatever helpful syllables he could. Of the restless and curious sounds in the blackened tower, there could be no doubt whatever. For what happened at 2:35, we have the testimony of the priest. A young, intelligent, and well-educated person, a patrolman William J. Monahan of the Central Station, an officer of the highest reliability who had paused at that part of his beat to inspect the crowd, and most of the 78 men who had gathered around the church's high bank wall, especially those in the square where the eastward facade was visible. Of course, there was nothing which can be proved as being outside the order of nature. The possible causes of such an event are many. No one can speak with certainty of the obscure chemical processes arising in a vast, ancient, ill-aired, and long-deserted building of heterogeneous contents. Mephitic vapors, spontaneous combustion, pressures of gases born of long decay, any one of numberless phenomena might be responsible. And then, of course, the factor of conscious charlatanry can, I don't know why I stumble over that word so much, by no means be excluded. The thing was really quite simple in and of itself, and covered less than 3 minutes of actual time. Father Malurzu, always a precise man, looked at his watch repeatedly. It started with a definite swelling of the dull, fumbling sounds inside the black tower. There had for some time been a vague exhaltation of strange, evil odors from the church, and this had now become emphatic and offensive. Then at last there was a sound of splintering wood, and a large, heavy object crashed down in the yard beneath the frowning easterly facade. The tower was invisible now that the candles would not burn, but as the object neared the ground, the people knew that it was the smoke-grimed lavore boarding of that tower's east window. Immediately afterward, an utterly unbearable fetor welled forth from the unseen heights, choking and sickening the trembling watchers and almost prostrating those in the square. At the same time, the air trembled with a vibration as of flapping wings, and a sudden east-blowing wind, more violent than any previously blast, snatched off the hats and wrenched the dripping umbrellas of the crowd. Nothing definite could be seen in the candleless night, though some upward-looking spectators thought they glimpsed a great spreading blur of denser blackness against the inky sky, something like a formless cloud of smoke that shot with meteor-like speed toward the east. And it's here, when we're getting this description of the Haunter of the Dark, I also want to bring to mind the vision that the Damp Hair has of Euron in the Forsaken, as well as the description that Makoro gives of Euron to Victarion as this one-eyed, black tentacled mass, right? The Haunter of the Dark. That was all. And where's it head? And it's heading towards the east at meteor-like speed. And Euron is attacking from the east, because going from the Iron Islands and the Shield Islands to Old Town is going east. So it's more, even if we didn't need any more ideas of ancient mariners from the far, far east of Essos coming over the Sunset Sea, and some of them being the predecessors of the Ironborn, settling and becoming what would be the Ironborn. Euron is an invader from the east, meteor-like speed, the storm god imagery, all of it. That was all. The Watchers were half numbed with fright, awe, and discomfort, and scarcely knew what to do or whether to do anything at all. Not knowing what happened, they didn't. Or no, Euron is heading east, is what I was. Yeah, he's attacking. He's heading east from the Iron Islands to attack Old Town. That was all. The Watchers were half numbed with fright, awe, and discomfort, and scarcely knew what to do or whether to do anything at all. Not knowing what had happened, they did not relax their vigil, and a moment later they sent up a prayer as a sharp flash of belated lightning, followed by an ear-splitting crash of sound, rent the flooded heavens. Half an hour later, the rain stopped, and in 15 minutes more, the street lights sprang on again, sending the weary, bedraggled Watchers relievedly back to their homes. Oh, and what are these Watchers are on the embankments on the church, right? So they're Watchers on the wall, watching the church, waiting for this bad thing to come out of the darkness. Yeah, they're Watchers on the damn. The next day's papers gave these matters minor mention in connection with the general storm reports. It seems that the great lightning flash and deafening explosion which followed the Federal Hill occurrence were even more tremendous further east, where a burst of the singular fetter was likewise noticed. The phenomenon was most marked over College Hill, where the crash awaked all the sleeping inhabitants and led to a bewildered round of speculation. One of those who were already awake, only a few saw the anomalous blaze of light near the top of the hill, or noticed the inexplicable upward rush of air which almost stripped the leaves from the trees and blasted the plants in the gardens. It was agreed that the lone sudden lightning bolt must have struck somewhere in this neighborhood, though no trace of its striking could afterward be found. A youth in the Tau Omega fraternity house thought he saw a grotesque and hideous mass of smoke in the air just as the preliminary flash burst, but his observation has not been verified. All of the few observers, however, agree as to the violent gust from the west and the flood of intolerable stench which preceded the belated stroke, whilst evidence concerning the momentary burned odor after the stroke is equally general. These points were discussed very carefully because of their probable connection with the death of Robert Blake. Students in the Psi Delta house, whose upper rear windows looked into Blake's study, noticed the blurred white face at the westward window on the morning of the 9th and wondered what was wrong with the expression. When they saw the same face in the same position that evening, they felt worried and watched for the lights to come up in his apartment. Later, they rang the bell of the darkened flat and finally had a policeman force the door. The rigid body sat bolt upright at the desk by the window, and when the intruder saw the glassy, bulging eyes and the marks of stark, convulsive fright on the twisted features, they turned away in sickened dismay. Shortly afterward, the coroner's physician made an examination, and despite the unbroken window, reported electrical shock or nervous intention induced by electrical discharge as the cause of death. The hideous expression he ignored altogether, deeming it not improbable result of a profound shock as experienced by a person of such abnormal imagination and unbalanced emotions. He deduced these latter qualities from the books, paintings, and manuscripts found in the apartment and from the blindly scrawled entries in the diary on the desk. Blake had prolonged his frenzied jottings to the last, and the broken pointed pencil was found clutched in his spasmodically contracted right hand. The entries after the failure of the lights were highly disjointed and legible only in part. From them, certain investigators have drawn conclusions differing greatly from a materialistic official verdict, but such speculations have little chance for belief among the conservative. The case of these imaginative theorists has not been helped by the action of superstitious Dr. Dexter, who threw the curious box and angled stone, an object certainly self-luminous as seen in the black windowless steeple where it was found, into the deepest channel of Narragansett Bay. Excessive imagination and neurotic unbalance on Blake's part, aggravated by knowledge of the evil bygone cult, whose startling traces he had uncovered, formed the dominant interpretation given those final frenzied jottings. These are the entries, or all that can be made of them. Lights still out. Must be 5 minutes now. Everything depends on lighting. Yoddeth granite will keep up. Some influence seems beating through it. Rain and thunder and wind deafen. The thing is taking hold of my mind. Trouble with memory. I see things I never knew before. Other worlds and other galaxies. Dark. The lightning seems dark, and the darkness seems light. It cannot be the real hill and church that I see in the pitch darkness. Must be retinal impression left by flashes. Heaven grant the Italians are out with their candles if the lightning stops. What am I afraid of? Is it not an avatar of Nyarlathotep, who in antique and shadowy Kem even took the form of a man? I remember Yuggoth, in more distant Shagai, and the ultimate void of the black planets. The long winging flight through the void cannot cross the universe of light, recreated by the thoughts caught in the shining trapezohedron. Send it through the horrible abysses of radiance. My name is Blake, Robert Harrison Blake of 620 East Knapp Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I am on this planet. Azathoth have mercy. The lightning no longer flashes. Horrible. I can see everything with a monstrous sense that is not sight. Light is dark and dark is light. Those people on the hill, guard, candles and charms, they're priests. Sense of distance gone. Far is near and near is far. No light, no glass. See that steeple, that tower window. Can hear Roderick Usher. Am mad or going mad. The thing is stirring and fumbling in the tower. I am it and it is I. I want to get out. Must get out and unify the forces. It knows where I am. I am Robert Blake, but I see the tower in the dark. There is a monstrous odor, sense transfigured. boarding in that tower window, crackling and giving away. Ia, Nagai Yig. I see it. Coming here, Hellwind, Titan Blur, Black Wings. Yog Sothoth, save me. The three-lobed burning eye. Why is my page not turning? Okay. Oh, I guess that was the end of the story. So, yep. So, dark wings, dark words. Yeah. Yep. So that was Haunter of the Dark. Definitely a lot of influence on A Song of Ice and Fire, especially with Euron. And, of course, that brings us to our final tale of the night. And this is the one I actually feel like I've been the most excited to talk about. And it is from the Fane of the Black Pharaoh by Robert Bloch. So, as I said earlier, Robert Bloch was a protege of Lovecraft. Wrote to Lovecraft when he was only 16 years old. Lovecraft encouraged him to keep writing. He wrote a lot of stories. He wrote a lot of Lovecraft fiction. He wrote his own fantasy tales. And then, of course, in the 1950s, he released his most famous work, Psycho. Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. So the guy who wrote Psycho, which would become the famous Alfred Hitchcock movie, black and white, he got his start writing mythos tales with encouragement by H.P. Lovecraft himself. And what he did is just in between this trilogy of stories where him and Lovecraft were killing one another off. Robert Blake is Robert Bloch. It's a joke, an in-joke between friends. Before he wrote the ending to that trilogy, he would also take Lovecraft's creations of the Black Pharaoh, Nephren-Ka, that was mentioned in Haunter of the Dark, and the Shining Trapezohedron, and he very much fleshed it out even further. And this is where I say, like, this story, once I start reading, I think those of you who know the legend of Bloodstone Emperor, you're going to immediately pick up on it. The other thing that should be said about Fane of the Black Pharaoh and its main character, Captain Carteret, is it was very much influenced by the real life discovery of Prince Tut's tomb. In 1922, when King Tutankhamun, probably one of the most famous Egyptian pharaohs because of his intact tomb being found and the remains of his mummified remains, but also the supposed curse that followed it. So that was in 1922. Keep in mind, Robert Bloch and Lovecraft are writing these Nephren-Ka stories, these stories with this Black Pharaoh in the 30s. So they were very much inspired by the archaeological discovery of King Tut's tomb. But also the aftermath, where Captain Carter and a good number of the people who helped him in that expedition started having these really weird deaths, one after the other. And it's from this, the true story of Captain Carter and the archaeological team that unearthed King Tut, that we start to get what we know today as the Mummy's Curse. And that in and of itself would spawn a whole new idea of horror stories with mummy tales. Robert Bloch and Lovecraft both, again, heavily drew upon this, to the point that in Fane of the Black Pharaoh, Robert Bloch names his main character Captain Carteret after the real life Captain Carter. There's also the real life tale of Pharaoh Amenhotep IV, who would become known as Akhenaten. Amenhotep
Cat tried to create a sort of monotheistic religion worshipping the sun god, the sun disk. So in a sense, he cast down the gods of Egypt. And Amenhotep, like, we know his name now, but not for the effort of his successors. They tried to scrub his name from history and go back to worshiping the traditional gods of Egypt. What Amenhotep did was definitely for Egyptian polytheism, a form of what's the word? Not heathenry. I'm blanking on the right word. Sacrilege. Okay, sacrilege would probably be heresy would be the better word. I don't know why I forgot the word heresy, but yeah, heresy. Amenhotep for his time was sort of committing heresy by casting down the traditional gods of Egypt to try and and blasphemy. There's a number of words that I could have fucking drew up. But anyway, that's what Nephren-Ka does. He cast down the traditional gods of Egypt to worship a black stone. Bloodstone Emperor cast down the traditional gods of the great empire to worship the black stone. And it's in this story, Fane of the Black Pharaoh, that we get absolute metric fuck ton of information on Nephren-Ka. And like I said, when I start reading this, you'll immediately pick up on the Bloodstone Emperor legend that George created and how much of it is derived from Lovecraft's Nephren-Ka, but even more to Robert Bloch really fleshing the character of Nephren-Ka out. So without further ado, it is Fane of the Black Pharaoh time. So, and this is straight up from a issue of Weird Tales 1937. Fane of the Black Pharaoh by Robert Bloch. Terrible was the fate of Nephren-Ka, and more terrible was the destiny that Captain Carteret read on the walls of the red-lidded underground corridors. "Liar," said Captain Carteret. The dark man did not move, but beneath the shadows of his burnous, a scowl slithered across a contorted countenance. But when he stepped forward into the lamplight, he smiled. "That is a harsh epithet, Effendi," purred the dark man. Captain Carteret stared at his midnight visitor with quizzical appraisal. "A deserved one, I think," he observed. "Consider the facts. You come to my door at midnight, uninvited and unknown. You tell me some long rigmarole about secret vaults below Cairo, and then voluntarily offer to lead me there?" "That is correct," assented the Arab blandly. He met the glance of his scholarly captain calmly. "Why should you do this?" pursued Carteret. "If your story is true, and you do possess so manifestly absurd a secret, why would you come to me? Why not claim the glory of discovery yourself?" "I told you, Effendi," said the Arab. "That is against the law of our brotherhood. It is not written that I should do so, and knowing of your interest in these things, I came to offer you the privilege." "You came to pump me for information. No doubt that's what you mean," retorted the captain acidly. "You beggars have some devilishly clever ways of getting underground information, don't you? So far as I know, you're here to find out how much I've already learned, so that you and your fanatic thugs can knife me if I know too much." "Ah!" The dark stranger suddenly leaned forward and peered into the white man's face. "Then you admit that what I tell you is not wholly strange. You do know something of this place already." "Suppose I do," said the captain, unflinching. "That doesn't prove that you're a philanthropic guide to what I'm seeking. More likely you want to pump me, phrasing. As I said, then dispose of me and set the goods for yourself.
No, your story is too thin. Why, you haven't even told me your name. My name? The Arab smiled. That does not matter. What does matter is your distrust of me. But since you have admitted at last that you do know about the crypt of Nephren-Ka, perhaps I can show you something that may prove my own knowledge. He thrust a lean hand under his robe and drew forth a curious object of dull black metal. This he flung casually on the table so that it lay in a fan of lamplight. Captain Carteret bent forward and peered at the queer metallic thing. His thin, usually pale face now glowed with unconcealed excitement. He grasped the black object with twitching fingers. The seal of Nephren-Ka, he whispered. When he raised his eyes to the inscrutable Arabs once more, they shone with mingled incredulity and belief. It's true, then, what you say, the captain breathed. You could obtain this only from the secret place, the place of the blind apes where Nephren-Ka bindeth up the threads of truth. The smiling Arab finished the quotation for him. You too have read the Necronomicon, then. Carteret looked stunned. But there are only 6 complete versions, and I thought the nearest was in the British Museum. The Arab's smile broadened. My fellow countryman, Alhazred, left many legacies among his own people. He said softly, there is wisdom available to all who know where to seek it. For a moment, there was silence in the room. Carteret gazed at the black seal, and the Arab scrutinized him in turn. The thoughts of both were far away. At last, the thin, elderly white man looked up with a quick grimace of determination. I believe you, Dalton. It's okay. I just don't want you pressing buttons. He really wants to be in front of the screen. At last, okay, I believe your story, he said. Lead me. The Arab, with a satisfied shrug, took a chair unbidden at the side of his host. From that moment, he assumed complete psychic mastery of the situation. First, you must tell me what you know, he commanded. Then, I shall reveal the rest. Carteret, unconscious of the other's dominance, complied. He told the stranger his story in an abstracted manner, while his eyes never swerved from the cryptic black amulet on the table. It was almost as though he were hypnotized by the queer talisman. The Arab said nothing, though there was a gay gloating in his fanatical eyes. Carteret spoke of his youth, of his wartime service in Egypt and subsequent station in Mesopotamia. It was here that the captain had first become interested in archaeology and the shadowy realms of the occult which surround it. From the vast desert of Arabia had come intriguing tales as old as time, furtive fables of mystic Iram, city of ancient dread, and the lost legends of vanished empires. He had spoken to the dreaming dervishes whose hashish visions revealed secrets of forgotten days, and had explored certain reputedly ghoul-ridden tombs and burrows in the ruins of an older Damascus than recorded history knows. In time, his retirement had brought him to Egypt. Here in Cairo, there was access to still more secret lore. Egypt, land of lurid curses and lost kings, has ever harbored mad myths in its age-old shadows. Carteret had learned of priests and pharaohs, of olden oracles, forgotten sphinxes, fabulous pyramids, titanic tombs. Civilization was but a cobweb surface upon the sleeping face of eternal mystery. Here, beneath the inscrutable shadows of the pyramids, the old gods still stalked in the old ways. The ghosts of Set, Ra, Osiris, and Bubastis lurked in desert ways. Horus, Isis, and Sebek yet dwelt in the ruins of Thebes and Memphis, or bided in the crumbling tombs below the Valley of Kings. Nowhere had the past survived as it did in ageless Egypt. With every mummy, the Egyptologists uncovered a curse. The solving of each ancient secret merely uncovered a deeper, more perplexing riddle. Who built the pylons of the temples? Why did the old kings rear the pyramids? How did they work such marvels? Were their curses potent still? Where vanished the priests of Egypt? These and 1,000 other unanswered questions intrigued the mind of Captain Carteret. In his newfound leisure, he read and studied, talked with scientists and savants. Ever the quest of primal knowledge beckoned him on to blacker brinks. He could slake his thirsty soul only in stranger secrets, more dangerous discoveries. Many of the reputable authorities he knew were open in their confessed opinion that it was not well for meddlers to pry too deeply beneath the surface. Curses had come true with puzzling promptness and warning prophecies and had been fulfilled with a vengeance. It was not good to profane the shrines of the old dark gods who still dwelt within the land. But the terrible lore of the forgotten and the forbidden was a pulsing virus in Carteret's blood. When he heard the legend of Nephren-Ka, he naturally investigated. Nephren-Ka, according to authoritative knowledge, was merely a mythical figure. He was purported to have been a pharaoh of no known dynasty, a priestly usurper of the throne. So right there, first thing. A priestly usurper of the throne. So our first call out to Bloodstone Emperor. Bloodstone Emperor, said to be the first priest of the Church of Starry Wisdom, in George's version of the Church of Starry Wisdom, and a usurper. Bloodstone Emperor usurps the throne from his older sister, the Amethyst Empress. So right here, we're starting to see the building blocks of the Bloodstone Emperor legend. Another thing I want to point out, too, is we know George loves his constant use of alliteration, and so does Robert Bloch. Oh, before we continue, I should probably, like Northern Tommy had said, should have taken a break to see if any new PayPals have come in. So, no, nothing new. Okay, that's cool. Just want to make sure that I'm not missing anybody. So, the most common fables placed his reign in almost biblical times. He was said to have been the last and greatest of that Egyptian cult of priest-sorcerers who for a time transformed the recognized religion into a dark and terrible thing. So here, Bloodstone Emperor, as far as we know, is the last emperor of the great empire of the Dawn. The dissolution and breakup of the empire happened under his reign, and then we get the rise of the successor states like Yeti, the Plains of the Jogos Nye, Nefer, and the Shadowlands. This cult, led by the arch-hierophants of Bubastis, Anubis, and Sebek, viewed their gods as the representatives of actual hidden beings, monstrous beastmen who shambled on Earth in primal days. They accorded worship to the Elder One, who is known to myth as Nyarlathotep, the mighty messenger. This abominable deity was said to confer wizards' powers upon receiving human sacrifices. And while the evil priests reigned supreme, they temporarily transformed the religion of Egypt into a bloody shambles. With anthropomancy and necrophilism, they sought terrible boons from their demons. Oh, this is Bloodstone Emperor. Wedding a tiger woman, performing sacrifices to the black stone he came to worship, perverting the religions of old, practicing necromancy, cannibalism, every manner of dark deeds. You can see why I said, I feel like George did more than just crib notes from this story when creating Bloodstone Emperor.
took more than a few liberties. I'm not accusing... I don't want to make it out like I'm accusing George of plagiarism. I'm just saying, like, this story rhymes a lot with Bloodstone Emperor's legend. The tale goes that Nephren-Ka, on the throne, renounced all religion save that of Nyarlathotep. And Nyarlathotep can be summoned by this black stone. So George isn't coming right out and saying it when he says that the Bloodstone Emperor cast down the gods of the empire to worship the black stone. That he's not saying they're worshiping Nyarlathotep, but they are worshiping the conduit of Nyarlathotep. So it's reading between the lines and seeing the words that aren't written. Essentially, Bloodstone Emperor, whatever god he was worshiping, it's not the stone itself, but is something akin to Nyarlathotep. The stone is more a conduit of this god. So he sought the power of prophecy and built temples to the blind ape of truth. His utterly atrocious sacrifices at length provoked a revolt, and it is said that the infamous Pharaoh was at last dethroned. According to this account, the new ruler and his people immediately destroyed all vestiges of the former reign, demolished all temples and idols of Nyarlathotep, and drove out the wicked priests who prostituted their faith to the carnivorous Bubastis, Anubis, and Sebek. The Book of the Dead was then amended so that all references to the pharaoh Nephren-Ka and his accursed cults were deleted. Now, this doesn't apply so much to Bloodstone Emperor because obviously tales of him survived. That's how we have the information. But it does apply to Night's King. Now, we have legends of Night's King. We know a bit about him, but like things like his actual name are scrubbed from the record. And this is why it says why I would say the story of Bloodstone Emperor and the story of Night's King line up, because they could possibly have been the same person. And like I said earlier in the stream, these are the story of Night's King and the story of Bloodstone Emperor could be the same story, but different cultural interpretations of the same story, of the same figure. Thus argues the legend, the furtive faith was lost to reputable history. As to Nephren-Ka himself, a strange account is given of his end. The story ran that the dethroned pharaoh fled to a spot adjacent to what is now the modern city of Cairo. Here, it was his intention to embark with his remaining followers for a westward isle. Westeros. Historians believe that this isle was Britain, where some of the fleeing priests of Bubastis actually settled. But the pharaoh was attacked and surrounded, his escape blocked. It was then that he had constructed a secret underground tomb in which he caused himself and his followers to be interred alive. With him, in this vivisepulchre, he took all his treasure and magical secrets so that nothing would remain for his enemies to profit by. Excuse me. Definitely been reading a lot. But it's when I first read this story, right, that I started to have a lot more brain blasts about Bloodstone Emperor. So Nephren-Ka and his followers are trying to flee in the downfall of his dynasty, right? And they're going to flee to a westward isle, which they think is Britain. But really, as I've mentioned before, it would have been Atlantis in the Lovecraft world. But if we apply this to George's story, take the flight of Nephren-Ka and his followers in the downfall of his reign, but apply it to the Bloodstone Emperor, what would he possibly have done when him and his followers are fleeing in the downfall of their reign? Would they have fled east would they have fled to a westward isle? This is, again, more ancient mariner theory. What happens in the downfall of the great empire when people are fleeing? When empires fall, people flee in all different directions. The idea that people on the eastern side of the empire would flee west and go across the empire while it's in chaos, only to then be met with the bones? That fucking mountain range? No. If it's already in that much turmoil, no. I think the people who are on the eastern side of the empire during the downfall, when they're making their beeline, are probably going further east. We don't know what's to the further east. The map cuts off. The map cuts off after Carcosa. We know that there's the 5 forts. We know that there's Gaddafi. We don't know what's further east than that. We don't know if things are really as scary as the Maesters make them out to be. Again, this is secondhand knowledge coming from superstitious people like sailors, like sailors and seamen and oarsmen and all that. The people who would come from Ashai. We don't know how much of the Far East is actually this Lovecraft backyard, or if we were to go east, would things actually be a bit more normal? But the people who are already living there probably have a better idea of what's further east, past where the map cuts off. And if it's not Lovecraft's backyard playground, if it's not shrikes and winged men and bloodless men and all this other things that we think exist past the 5 forts and out in the Grey Waste, if it's something more normal, then them taking their chances in the further east probably better. And this is where we get the idea of, well, eventually the land's going to end. There's going to be an ocean. Whether or not that's right after Carcosa and Mossavi or further east, we don't know. But eventually you're going to reach open ocean, and then it's sailing east across that. If the world is round, eventually you're going to reach Westeros. And we have those 3 pit stop islands that are named after the conquerors that Alyssa Farman finds, with pigs and fruit. And again, pigs being there means this pigs on an island. No, someone would have had to put them there because it's a pit stop island.
I don't want to bother you, but can you run me to Giant at Walmart before they close? I just want to get a couple things.
I'm not going to be able to tonight.
Huh?
I'm not going to be able to tonight.
Are you going to be on that thing?
I'm going to be on this all night. I'm going to be doing this late. I don't think that's going to happen. All right. Sorry. My dad wants me to take him to Giant. Yeah. We're going to be at this a while yet, because like I said, this was the story I felt like I had the most to talk about. But yeah, so what was I getting at? Yeah, so ancient mariners coming from the Far East to Westeros in the downfall of the great empire, the Dawn. The seeds of that have just been placed here in this story, that Nephren-Ka was going to do the same. Him and his followers were going to try and go. But when that goes tits up, he instead has himself entombed. But well, I'm getting super excited to talk about this. But what's really opened my eyes here is the fact that Nephren-Ka, when he is entombed, he's not dead yet. He's entombed alive. And that made me think, what if Bloodstone Emperor was still alive? He would have to be, right? If Bloodstone Emperor and Azor Ahai and Night's King and this whole entering the Weirwood thing, right? He's still alive when he's doing it. And that made me think, like, what if Bloodstone Emperor, wherever the hell he's buried, whatever this burial mound that I believe is out there, but he wasn't dead when he was first placed into it. If he was still alive when it happened, that's what this story is about, and that's basically become a new Grey Waste Tim original theory of mine, is that Bloodstone Emperor, when he's entombed, he's still alive when it happens, and it comes solely from this story, or strongly from the story. So cleverly did his remaining devotees contrive this secret crypt that the attackers were never able to discover the resting place of the Black Pharaoh. This is why I said, like, we don't know where's the resting place of Azor Ahai, where's the resting place of Bloodstone Emperor, where's the resting place of Night's King. These figures, for the most part, aside from the little legends we get, their successors pretty much did all they could to scrub these guys from history. And that's why we only get little snippets. And that's why we don't even know their real names or anything like that. They are lost in the sands of time. Thus the legend rests. According to common currency, the fable was handed down by the few remaining priests who actually stayed on the surface to seal the secret place. They and their descendants were believed to have perpetuated the story and the old faith of evil. Following up this exceedingly unusual story, Carteret delved into the old tomes of the time. During a trip to London, he was fortunate enough to be allowed an inspection of the unhallowed and archaic Necronomicon of Abdul al-Hazred. In it were further emendations. One of his influential friends in the Home Office, hearing of his interest, managed to obtain for him a portion of Ludwig Prim's evil and blasphemous De Vermis Mysterious, known more familiarly to students of Reckoned Arcana as Mysteries of the Worm. Here in that greatly disputed chapter on Oriental myth entitled Saracenic Rituals, Carteret found still more concrete elaborations of the Nephren-Ka tale. Prin, who consorted with the medieval seers and prophets of Saracen times in Egypt, gave a good deal of prominence to the whispered hints of Alexandrian necromancers and adepts. They knew the story of Nephren-Ka and alluded to him as the Black Pharaoh. Prin's account of the pharaoh's death was much more elaborate. He claimed that the secret tomb lay directly beneath Cairo itself, and professed to believe that it had been opened and reached. He hinted at the cult survival mentioned in the popular tales, spoke of a renegade group of descendants whose priestly ancestors had interred the rest alive. They were said to perpetuate the evil faith and to act as guardians of the dead Nephren-Ka and his buried brethren, lest some interloper discover and violate his resting place in the crypt. After the regular cycle of 7,000 years, the Black Pharaoh and his band would then arise once more and restore the dark glory of the ancient faith. The crypt itself, if Prin is to be believed, was a most unusual place. Nephren-Ka's servants and slaves had built him a mighty sepulchre, and the burrows were filled with the rich treasure of his reign. All of the sacred images were there, and the jeweled books of esoteric wisdom reposed within. Most peculiarly did the account dwell on Nephren-Ka's search for the truth and the power of prophecy. It was said that before he died down in the darkness, he conjured up the earthly image of Nyarlathotep in a final gigantic sacrifice, and that the god granted him his desires. Nephren-Ka had stood before the Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Okay, we're back. People still here? Oh my god. Okay, so not only did Dagan knock the camera over, he completely disconnected it from the computer. So let me just straighten this. God damn. Okay. Oh. Why are we falling apart at the end? Chaos and gremlins. Ugh. Nobody can wait. Nobody can wait. All right. Of course, here until the end. And we're back. Yes. God. Yeah, I love them too, but sometimes, just sometimes. All right. So, let's go back. Okay, what was the last thing I said before fucking camera went out? All right, so he conjured up the earthly image of Nyarlathotep in a final gigantic sacrifice, and that the god granted him his desires. Nephren-Ka had stood before the images of the blind ape of truth and received the gift of divination over the gory bodies of 100 willing victims. Then, in nightmare manner, Prin recounts that the entombed Pharaoh wandered among his dead companions and inscribed on the twisted walls of his tomb the secrets of the future. So, essentially what happens, right? Nephren-Ka makes a sacrifice to Nyarlathotep and is given the gift of prophecy, and now he can see the future, but it comes at this major sacrifice. It is only after all of these hundreds of sacrifices are made that Nephren-Ka gets this gift. And so what was it, right, that Bloodstone Emperor was sacrificing people for in George's story? Well, probably something like green sight. Now, so that's the thing, right? It becomes the question of how did something like green sight and how did something like dragon dreams and all these things, how do they first come to pass? Like Bran inherits it. Bran's bloodline, we know, like from the Starks and the old gods and all that. Same with Jojen, Targaryens and the dragons. But what is the origin point of this? So if we think of Bloodstone Emperor and this evil Azor Ahai, and if they're dreams, prophecies, whether it be something like dragon dreams or green dreams, what is it allows the first human, right, to have this gift? Not a child of the forest, the first human to be bestowed a gift like green sight, like warging, like dragon dreams, possibly comes at a great sacrifice. And so what I think might, not this is more tinfoil, is Bloodstone Emperor possibly like the first dreamer, the first given this gift of prophecy and divination and all these things that like Bran can seemingly do and others and people like Bloodraven can seemingly do, but a much more powerful version of that. But it came at such a steep cost, and it came from this black stone that fell from space, because that's what happened with Nephren-Ka. So, in pictures and ideographs, he wrote the history of days to come, reveling in omniscient knowledge till the end. He scrawled the destinies of kings to come, painted the triumphs and dooms of unborn empires. Then, as the blackness of death shrouded his sight and palsy wrenched the brush from his fingers, he betook himself in peace to his sarcophagus and there died. So Nephren-Ka spends his remaining years in this tomb just writing on the walls everything he sees in the future. And if we think of Bran at the end of our story, what is Bran going to do? Is Bran going to download the Weirwood net and write the histories and possibly even write the futures and spend the remainder of his days doing that? Then Bran is mimicking Nephren-Ka here. So said Ludwig Bryn, and he that consorted with ancient seers. So this is what I was making think. So I said, so envision Bloodstone Emperor sort of doing the same thing. Like all of these books and things that are only found in Ashai and in the far, far east. If Bloodstone Emperor is still alive when he entombs himself, but he has followers seeing to him, checking up on him, the way Nephren-Ka has his followers checking up on him until the day he finally does actually die. But in that time, he's just writing. He's just writing everything. Are those the secret histories that are now in the Weirwood net? And those could be things that Bran will download. So said Ludwig Pryn, he that consorted with ancient seers. Nephren-Ka lay in his buried burrows, guarded by the priestly cult that still survived on Earth, and further protected by enchantments in his tomb below. And this cult, the followers, this is the Church of Starry Wisdom. And again, George straight up lifts the Church of Starry Wisdom. So there's a chance that in the current story, if George wanted to bring it up, there could still be followers of the Church of Starry Wisdom enacting the will of Bloodstone Emperor. Just how in here, this story, there apparently are people still enacting the will of Nephren-Ka. It's like, it makes me think of Yu-Gi-Oh! Too, the Tomb Keepers waiting for the return of the Pharaoh. Only in this case, we're waiting for the return of a very evil Pharaoh. Or in Bloodstone's case, a very evil emperor. Which might be Euron. Euron being like the second coming of this. So Nephren-Ka lay in his buried burrows, guarded by the priestly cult that still survived on Earth, and further protected by enchantments in his tomb below. He had fulfilled his desires at the end. He had known truth and written the lore of the future on the nighted walls of his own catacomb. Carteret had read all of this with conflicting emotions. How he would like to find that tomb if it existed. What a sensation. He would revolutionize anthropology, ethnology. Of course, the legend had its absurd points. Carteret, for all his research, was not superstitious. He didn't believe the bogus balderdash about Nyarlathotep, the blind ape of truth, or the priestly cult. That part about the gift of prophecy was sheer drivel. And so the blind ape of truth, I think, might actually be... actually, no. There's that whole stoned ape theory, but that's actually a much more recent event. The idea that early hominids took like mushrooms and other psychedelic like fungi and plants, and that's what allowed for the mind expansion that allowed us to make the leap into the type of intelligence that Homo sapiens have. If it's true, then that means that with the blind ape of truth, that Robert Bloch was drawing upon that 60 years before the actual theory was written down. It is, though, one thing that George doesn't draw on, and I think that's not necessary, but I only think that's because the blind ape of truth, and when we get further in the story, there's like statues of gorillas, is because it seems it would be out of place in Westeros, because Westeros is based off of medieval Europe. But it would not be out of place in Sithorios, which has Yin. It would not be out of place for apes and gorillas to be in that part of the world. and maybe not, and it might not even be so much for Essos. There are the far east of Essos. If we're thinking far east Essos as far east Asia, then like orangutans and other apes might be par for the course out there. They don't fit in for the Westeros scheme, but they do fit in for Sithorios and Essos. Such things were commonplace. There were many savants who had attempted to prove that the pyramids and their geometrical construction were archaeological and architectural prophecies of days to come. With elaborate and convincing skill, they attempted to show that, symbolically interpreted, the great tombs held the key to history, and that allegorically foretold the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, the Great War. This, Carteret believed, was rubbish, and the utterly absurd notion that a dying fanatic had been gifted with prophetic power and scrawled the future history of the world on his tomb as a last gesture before death, that was impossible to swallow. Nevertheless, despite his skeptical attitude, Captain Carteret wanted to find the tomb, if it existed. He had returned to Egypt with that intention and immediately set to work. So far, he had a number of clues and hints. If the machinery of his investigation did not collapse, it was now only a matter of days before he would discover the actual entrance to the spot itself. Then he intended to enlist proper governmental aid and make his discovery public to all. This much he now told the silent Arab, who had come out of the night with a strange proposal and a weird credential, the seal of the Black Pharaoh, Nephren-Ka. When Carteret finished his summary, he glanced at the dark stranger in interrogation. "What next?" he asked. "Follow me," said the other urbanely. "I shall lead you to the spot you seek." "Now?" gasped Carteret. The other nodded. "But it's too sudden. I mean, the whole thing is like a dream. You come out of the night unbidden and unknown, show me the seal, and graciously offer to grant me my desires. Why? It doesn't make sense." "This makes sense." The grave Arab indicated the black seal. "Yes," admitted Carteret. "But how can I trust you? Why must I go now? Wouldn't it be wiser to wait and get the proper authorities behind us? Won't there be need of excavation? Aren't there necessary instruments to take?" "No." The other spread his palms upward. "Just come." Phrasing. "Look here." Carteret's suspicion crystallized in his sharp tones. "How do I know this isn't a trap? Why should you come to me this way? Who the devil are you?" "Patience." The dark man smiled. "I shall explain all. I have listened to your accounts of the legend with great interest, and while your facts are clear, your own view of them is mistaken. The legend you have learned of is true. All of it. Nephren-Ka did write the future on the walls of his tomb when he died. He did possess the power of divination, and the priests who buried him formed a cult which did survive." "Yes." Carteret was impressed despite himself. "I am one of those priests." The words stabbed like swords in the white man's brain. "Do not look so shocked. It is the truth. I am a descendant of the original cult of Nephren-Ka, one of those inner initiates who have kept the legend alive. I worship the power which the Black Pharaoh received, and I worship the god Nyarlathotep, who accorded that power to him. To us believers, the most sacred truth lies in the hieroglyphs inscribed by the divinely gifted Pharaoh before he died. Throughout the ages, we guardian priests have watched history unfold, and always it has agreed with the ideographs on those tunneled walls. We believe. It is because of our belief that I have sought you out, for within the secret crypt of the Black Pharaoh, it is written upon the walls of the future that you shall descend there." And this is very much like Makoro and leading Victarion on. So if George isn't gonna actually pull out the Church of the Star, the actual Church of Starry Wisdom, he does have the Roloris. Rolorism does seem to be the stand-in for the more Lovecraftian cult of Church of Story Wisdom. So it can go either or. If he does want to invoke the Church of Starry Wisdom, he's laid the groundwork for it. But then he's really cribbing Lovecraft rather than his own stuff. But that's why I see like Melisandre, Makoro, Bonero, the Reloras seem to be the ones leading us down more of this Black Pharaoh road because of their belief in Azor Ahai. And it's like, oh, what you mean the religion that came out of the Shadowlands and worships a god of fire and shadow and says to burn everyone might not be a good thing? Who knew? So, stunning silence. Do you mean to say, Cardray gasped, that those pictures show me discovering the spot? They do, assented the dark man slowly. That is why I came to you unbidden. You shall come with me and fulfill the prophecy tonight, as it is written. Suppose I don't come, flashed Captain Carteret suddenly. What about your prophecy then? The Arab smiled. You'll come. You know that. Carteret realized that it was so. Nothing could keep him away from this amazing discovery. A thought struck him. If this wall really records the details of the future, perhaps you can tell me a little about my own coming history. Will this discovery make me famous? Will I return again to the spot? It is written that I am to bring the secret of Nephren-Ka to light. The dark man looked grave. That I do not know. I neglected to tell you something about the walls of truth. My ancestor, he who first descended into the secret spot after it had been sealed, he who first looked upon the work of prophecy, did a needful thing. Deeming that such wisdom was not for lesser mortals, he piously covered the walls with concealing tapestry. Thus none might look upon the future too far. As time passed, the tapestry was drawn back to keep pace with the actual events of history, and always they have coincided with the hieroglyphs. Through the ages, it has always been the duty of one priest to descend to the secret tomb each day and draw back the tapestry so as to reveal the events of the day that follows. Now, during my life, that is my mission. My fellows devote their time to the needful rites of worship in hidden places. I alone descend the concealed passage daily and draw back the curtain on the walls of truth. When I die, another will take my place. Understand me, the writing does not minutely concern every single event, merely those which affect the history and destiny of Egypt itself. Today, my friend, it was revealed that you should descend and enter in the place of your desire. What the morrow holds in store for you, I cannot say, until the curtain is drawn once more. Carteret sighed. I suppose that there is nothing else left but for me to go then. His eagerness was ill-dissembled. The dark man observed this at once and smiled cynically while he strode to the door. Follow me, he commanded. To Captain Carteret, that walk through the moonlit streets of Cairo was blurred in chaotic dream. His guide led him into labyrinths of looming shadows. They wandered through the twisted native quarters and passed through a maze of unfamiliar alleys and thoroughfares. Carteret strode mechanically at the dark stranger's heels, his thoughts avid for this great triumph to come. He hardly noticed their passage through a dingy courtyard. When his companion drew up before an ancient well and pressed a niche revealing the passage beneath, he followed him as a matter of course. From somewhere, the Arab had produced a flashlight. Its faint beam almost rebounded from the murk of the inky tunnel. Together, they descended 1,000 stairs into the ageless and eternal darkness that broods beneath. Like a blind man, Carteret stumbled down into the depths of 3,000 vanished years. The temple was entered, the subterranean temple tomb of Nephren-Ka. Through silver gates the priest passed, his dazed companion following behind.
Carteret stood in a vast chamber, the niched walls of which were lined with sarcophagi. They hold the mummies of the interred priests and servants, explained his guide. Strange were the mummy cases of Nephren-Ka's followers, not like those known to Egyptology. The carven covers bore no recognized conventional features, as was the usual custom. Instead, they presented the strange, grinning countenance of demons and creatures of fable. Jeweled eyes stared mockingly back from the black visages of gargoyles spawned in a sculptor's nightmare. From every side of the room, those eyes shone through the shadows, unwinking, unchanging, omniscient in this little world of the dead. This sounds a lot like the statues that Danny sees in Vase Dothrock, that the ones that are twisted and hideous. And Jorah says that they would probably come from the Shadowlands. Like I said, this story. Carteret stirred uneasily. Emerald eyes of death, ruby eyes of malevolence, yellow orbs of mockery. Everywhere they confronted him. And yeah, definitely more House of the Undying parallels, and Danny seeing the gemstone emperors of the past. He was glad when his guide led him forward at last, so that the incongruous rays of the flashlight shone on the entrance beyond. A moment later, his relief was dissipated by the sight of a new horror confronting him at the inner doorway. Two gigantic figures shambled there, guarding either side of the opening. Two monstrous, troglodytic figures. Great gorillas they were, enormous apes carved in simian semblance from black stone. They faced the doorway, squatting on mighty haunches, their huge hairy arms upraised in menace. Their glittering faces were brutally alive. They grinned, bare-fanged with idiotic glee, and they were blind, eyeless and blind. There was a terrible allegory in these figures which Carteret knew only too well. The blind apes were destiny personified, a hulking, mindless destiny whose sightless, stupid gropings trampled on the dreams of men and altered their lives by aimless flailings of purposeless paws. Thus did they control reality. These were the blind apes of truth, according to the ancient legend, the symbols of the old gods worshipped by Nephren-Ka. Carteret thought of the myths once more and trembled. If tales were true, Nephren-Ka had offered up that final mighty sacrifice upon the obscene laps of these evil idols, offered them up to Nyarlathotep, and buried the dead in the mummy cases set here in the niches. Then he had gone on to his own sepulchre within. So once again, I said, like, the Blackstone gorillas do seem like they'd be out of place in Westeros. However, we do have sphinxes, we do have dragons, we have gargoyles. There's plenty of stand-ins that George has introduced that definitely fill what the blind apes of truth here represent. The guide proceeded stolidly past the looming figures. Carteret, dissembling his dismay, started to follow. For a moment, his feet refused to cross that gruesomely guarded threshold into the room beyond. He stared upward to the eyeless, ogreish faces that leered down from dizzying heights, with the feeling that he walked in realms of sheer nightmare. But the huge arms beckoned him on. The unseeing faces were convulsed in a smile of mocking invitation. The legends were true. The tomb existed. Would it not be better to turn back now, seek saint aid, and return again to this spot? Besides, what unguessed terror might not lair in the realms beyond? What horror spawn in the sable shadows of Nephren-Ka's inner secret sepulchre? All reason urged him to call out to the strange priest and retreat to safety. But the voice of reason was but a hushed and awe-stricken whisper here in the brooding burrows of the past. This was a realm of ancient shadow where antique evil ruled. Here, the incredible was real, and there was a potent fascination in fear itself. And this sounds If we didn't have words to describe a shy, right there they are. Ancient shadow where antique evil rules. The incredible is real, potent fascination, because nothing is shunned in a shy. Whatever weird religion, whatever weird rite, whatever sacrifice, all are practiced openly. Carteret knew that he must go on. Curiosity, cupidity, the lust for concealed knowledge, all impelled him, and the blind apes grinned their challenge or command. The priest entered the third chamber, and Carteret followed. Crossing the threshold, he plunged into an abyss of unreality. The room was lighted by braziers set in 1,000 stations. Their glow bathed the enormous burrow with fiery luminance. Captain Carteret, his head reeling from the heat and mephitic miasma of the place, was thus able to see the entire extent of this incredible cavern. Seemingly endless, a vast corridor stretched on a downward slant into the earth beyond. A vast corridor, utterly barren, save for the winking red braziers along the walls. Their flaming reflections cast grotesque shadows that glimmered with unnatural life. Carteret felt as though he were gazing in the entrance to Carneater, the mythical underworld of Egyptian lore. "Here we are," said his guide softly. The unexpected sound of a human voice was startling. For some reason, it frightened Carteret more than he cared to admit. He had fallen into a vague acceptance of these scenes as being part of a fantastic dream. Now, the concrete clarity of a spoken word only confirmed an eerie reality. Yes, here they were, in the spot of legend, the place known to all Hazard, Prin, and all the dark delvers in unhallowed history. The tale of Nephren-Ka was true, and if so, what about the rest of this strange priest's statements? What about the walls of truth on which the Black Pharaoh had recorded the future, had foretold Carteret's own advent on the secret spot? As if in answer to these inner whispers, the guide smiled. "Come, Captain Carteret. Do you not wish to examine the walls more closely?" The captain did not wish to examine the walls. Desperately, he did not. For if in existence, would confirm the ghastly horror that gave them being. If they existed, it meant that the whole evil legend was real, that Nephren-Ka, Black Pharaoh of Egypt, had indeed sacrificed to the dread dark gods, and that they had answered his prayer. Captain Carteret did not greatly wish to believe in such utterly blasphemous abominations as Nyarlathotep. He sparred for time. "Where is the tomb of Nephren-Ka himself?" he asked. "Where are the treasures in the ancient books?" The guide extended a lean forefinger. "At the end of this hall," he exclaimed. Peering down the infinity of lighted walls, Carteret indeed fancied that his eyes could detect a dark blur of objects in the dim distance. "Let us go there," he said. The guide shrugged. He turned, and his feet moved over the velvet dust. Carteret followed as if drugged. The walls, he thought. I must not look at the walls of truth. The Black Pharaoh sold his soul to Nyarlathotep and received the gift of prophecy. Before he died here, he wrote the future of Egypt on the walls. I must not look, lest I believe. I must not know. Red lights glittered on either side, step after step, light after light, glare, gloom, glare, gloom, glare. The lights beckoned, enticed, attracted. "Look at us," they commanded. "See, dare to see all." Carteret followed his silent conductor. "Look," flashed the lights. Carteret's eyes were glassy. His head throbbed. The gleaming of the lights was mesmeric. They hypnotized with their allure. Look! Would this great hall ever never end? No, there were thousands of feet to go. Look! Challenged the leaping lights. Red serpent eyes in the underground dark, eyes of tempters, bringers of black knowledge. Look, wisdom, no, winked the lights. They flamed in Carteret's brain. Why not look? It was so easy. Why fear? Why? His dazed mind repeated the question. Each following flare of fire weakened the question. At last, Carteret looked. Mad minutes passed before he was able to speak. Then he mumbled in a voice audible only to himself. True, he whispered. All true. He stared at the towering wall to his left, limed in red radiance. Damon, if you want to come up, just come up. Don't act like you can't jump up by yourself. Well, you expect me to jump up here, tiny little boy that I am? It was an indeterminable bio-tapestry carved in stone. The drawing was crude in black and white, but it frightened. This was no ordinary Egyptian picture writing. It was not in the fantastic symbolic style of ordinary hieroglyphs. That was the terrible part. Nephren-Ka was a realist. His men looked like men. His buildings were buildings. There was nothing here but a representation of stark reality, and it was dreadful to see. For at the point where Carteret first summoned sufficient courage to gaze, he stared at an unmistakable tableau involving crusaders and Saracens. Crusaders of the 13th century, yet Nephren-Ka had then been dust for nearly 2,000 years. The pictures were small, yet vivid and distinct. They seemed to flow along quite effortlessly on the wall, one scene blending into another as though they had been drawn in unbroken continuity. It was as though the artist had not stopped once during his work, as though he had untiringly proceeded to cover this gigantic hall in a single supernatural effort. That was it, a single supernatural effort. Carteret could not doubt. Rationalize all he would, it was impossible to believe that these drawings were trumped up by any group of artists. It was one man's work. And the unerring, horrid consistency of it, the calculated picturization of the most vital and important phases of Egyptian history, could have been set down in such accurate order only by a historical authority or a prophet. Nephren-Ka had been given the gift of prophecy. And so, as he ruminated in growing dread, Carteret and his guide proceeded. Now that he had looked, a Medusian fascination held the man's eyes to the wall. He walked with history tonight, history and red nightmare. Flaming figures leered from every side. He saw the rise of the Mameluke Empire, looked on the despots and tyrants of the East. Not all of what he saw was familiar to Carteret, for history has its forgotten pages. Besides, the scenes changed and varied at almost every step, and it was quite confusing. There was one picture interspersed with an Alexandrian court motif which depicted a catacomb, evidently in some vaults beneath the city. Here were gathered a number of men in robes, which bore a curious similarity to those of Carteret's present guide. They were conversing with a tall, white-bearded man whose crudely drawn figure seemed to exude an uncanny aura of black and baleful power. Ludwig Prynne, said the guide softly, noting Carteret's stare. He mingled with our priests, you know. For some reason, the depiction of this almost legendary seer stirred Carteret more deeply than any other hitherto revealed terror. The casual inclusion of the infamous sorcerer in the procession of actual history hinted at dire things. It was as though Carteret had read a prosaic biography of Satan in Who's Who. Yeah, so like this is like discovering that Merlin was real. Unmistakable knowledge proving that the wizard was real. That's what it means to see Ludwig Prynne, that he actually existed. And if he actually existed, then that is fucking horrifying.
Nevertheless, with a sort of heartsick craving, his eyes continued to search the walls as they walked onward to the still, indeterminate end of the long, red illumined chamber in which Nephren-Ka was interred. The guide priest, now for Carteret no longer doubted, proceeded softly, but stole covert glances at the white man as he led the way. Captain Carteret walked through a dream. Only the walls were real now, the walls of truth. He saw the Othmans rise and flourish, looked on forgotten battles and unremembered kings. Often, there recurred in the sequence a scene depicting the priest of Nephren-Ka's own furtive cult. They were shown amidst the disquieting surroundings of catacombs and tombs, engaged in unsavory occupations and revolting pleasures. The camera film of time rolled on. Captain Carteret and his companion walked on. Still, the walls told their story. There was one small division of the wall which portrayed the priest conducting a man in Elizabethan costume through what seemed to be a pyramid. It was eerie to see the gallant in his finery pictured amidst the ruins of ancient Egypt, and it was very dreadful indeed to almost watch, like an unseen observer, when a stealthy priest knifed the Englishman in the back as he bent over a mummy case. What now impressed Carteret was the infinitude of detail in each pictured fragment. The features of all the men were almost photographically exact. The drawing, while crude, was lifelike and realistic. Even the furniture and background of every scene were correct. There was no doubting the authenticity of it all, and no doubting of the veracity thereby implied. But what was worse, there was no doubting that this work could not have been done by any normal artist, however learned, unless he had seen it all. Nephren-Ka had seen it all in prophetic visions after his sacrifice to Nyarlathotep. Carteret was looking at truths inspired by a demon. On and on to the flaming Fane of worship and death at the end of the hall, history progressed as he walked. Now he was looking at a period of Egyptian lore that was almost contemporary. The figure of Napoleon appeared. The Battle of Abu Qar, the massacre of the pyramids, the downfall of the Mamluk horsemen, the entrance to Cairo. Once again, a catacomb with priests and three figures, white men in French military regalia of the period. The priests were leading them into a red room. The Frenchmen were surprised, overcome, slaughtered. It was vaguely familiar. Carteret was recalling what he knew of Napoleon's commission. He had appointed savants and scientists to investigate the tombs and pyramids of the land. The Rosetta Stone had been discovered, and other things. Quite likely, the three men shown had blundered onto a mystery the priests of Nephren-Ka had not wanted to have unveiled. Hence, they had been lured to death as the walls showed. It was quite familiar, but there was another familiarity which Carteret could not place. They moved on, and the years rushed by in panorama. The Turks, the English, Gordon, the plundering of the pyramids, the World War, and ever so often a picture of the priests of Nephren-Ka and a strange white man in some catacomb or vault. Always the white man died. It was all familiar. Carteret looked up and saw that he and the priest were very near to the blackness at the end of the great fiery hall. Only 100 steps or so, in fact. The priest, face hidden in his burnous, was beckoning him on. Carteret looked at the wall. The pictures were almost ended, but no. Just ahead was a great curtain of crimson velvet on a ceiling rack which ran off into the blackness and reappeared from shadows on the opposite side of the room to cover that wall. The future, explained his guide. And Captain Carteret remembered that the priest had told him how each day he drew back the curtain a bit so that the future was always revealed just one day ahead. He remembered something else and hastily glanced at the last visible section of the wall of truth next to the curtain. He gasped. It was true. Almost as though gazing into a miniature mirror, he found himself staring into his own face.
Line for line, feature for feature, posture for posture, he and the priest of Nephren-Ka were shown standing together in this red chamber, just as they were now. The red chamber. Familiarity. The Elizabethan man with the priests of Nephren-Ka were in a catacomb when the man was murdered. The French scientists were in a red chamber when they died. Other later Egyptologists have been shown in a red chamber with the priests, and they too have been slain. The red chamber. Not familiarity, but similarity. They had been in this chamber, and now he stood here with a priest of Nephren-Ka. The others had died because they had known too much. Too much about what? Nephren-Ka? A terrible suspicion began to formulate into hideous reality. The priests of Nephren-Ka protected their own. This tomb of their dead leaders was also their Fane, their temple. When intruders stumbled onto the secret, they lured them down here and killed them, lest others learn too much. Had not he come in the same way? The priest stood silent as he gazed at the wall of truth. Midnight, he said softly. I must draw back the curtain to reveal yet another day before we go on. You expressed a wish, Captain Carteret, to see what the future holds in store for you. Now that wish shall be granted. With a sweeping gesture, he flung the curtain back along the wall for a foot. Then he moved swiftly. One hand leapt from the burnous. A gleaming knife flashed through the air, drawing red fire from the lamps, then sank into Carteret's back, drawing redder blood. With a single groan, the white man fell. In his eyes, there was a look of supreme horror, not born of death alone. For as he fell, Captain Carteret read his future in the walls of truth, and it confirmed a madness that could not be. As Captain Carteret died, he looked at the picture of his next hours of existence and saw himself being knifed by the priest of Nephren-Ka. The priest vanished from the silent tomb just as the last flicker of dying eyes showed to Carteret the picture of a still white body, his body, lying in death before the wall of truth. And that is the end of our story. That is the tale. The Fane of Nephren-Ka, the Fane of the Black Pharaoh. And like I said, I feel like this story, the uncomfortable racial aspects of it aside, constantly referring back to him as the white man and the Arab. Putting that aside, though, the actual story does paint a picture more on the Bloodstone Emperor legend that George has come up with. And I do feel like this story possibly lays the groundwork for what George wants to do in the future should characters like this, like the Bloodstone Emperor, like the Night's King, like Azor Ahai, come to more prominence once we get more of the Azor Ahai Prince that was promised prophecy and everything that has to do with it. So we went, 5.5 hours to do all of this. And Dalton, do not knock down. No. Do not do like your brother did. So we're going to call it an end tonight. My voice is tired. I need to eat. I need to feed them. Thank you for everyone who came out. Thank you for everyone who stuck through for the full time. If you were here since the beginning, if you've been listening since Masque of the Red Death, you are a trooper. Yeah, I'm going to rest my voice. Tomorrow, go see, watch David Lightbringer. He'll be streaming at his normal time, 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. I believe the guest is Michael Talks About Stuff. They're going to be talking about Weirwoods and Weirwood lore. Should be a good one. I'm going to rest my voice and then try and record my next David video. The script is written. So hopefully going to use this 3-day weekend to try and get that done, edit, and then go see my nephew on Labor Day. All right, so
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for coming out. Thank you for all the birthday wishes. I'll see you next time. Good night.